Sorry, we kept you waiting.
No.
Your seats over here. Please.
Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call to order the February 14th advertised and stated monthly meeting of the Lower Moreland Township Board of Commissioners. Please rise for the pledge of allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Public participation on agenda items will be taken as each item is discussed. For everyone's information, the board met this evening in executive session to discuss the legal matter with our solicitor prior to this meeting. Again, for everyone's information, our president, Dr. David SIRKEN, is attending with us this evening on Zoom. Hello, Dr. SIRKEN. He will be voting by raising his hand. And as liaison, I will be covering his agenda items this evening. Okay, the first committee on tonight's agenda will be Community Development Committee. It's chaired by me, Commissioner KURITZ. I'm Chair of Community Development. And the first item on my agenda is the conditional use hearing, BET Investments. It's Philmont and Tomlinson Roads. It's number 21-03. Solicitor Rice, who sits left of me, will be explaining the process and will guide us through the hearing tonight. Solicitor.
Thank you, Commissioner KURITZ. There's a lot of people here. A lot of people probably want to be heard tonight, and I'm going to spell out what the process is. This project has two steps it has to go through in order to be approved. One is a conditional use approval, which is what tonight's meeting is about. There's also a land development plan where more details are developed down the road. But before the land development plan can be approved, the applicant who's filed a conditional use application has to seek approval from the board. What a conditional use hearing is, it's sort of like going to a zoning hearing board. If any of you have ever been to a zoning hearing board, it's a this board acts as a quasi judicial body. They're judges in a way. This is going to be sort of like a courtroom in a way, and we're going to have sworn testimony and evidence. And the applicant has to call witnesses, submit documents, and has to show that the proposed plan complies with the zoning ordinance. That's what it is. Zoning ordinance, it's on the books, it's been on the books for a while. They have to submit testimony and evidence, and then the board will make a decision, not tonight. The board won't vote tonight, there'll be no decision made tonight. The board has to make a decision when they have a written decision. There'll be a written decision that'll be in front of this board next month at their next meeting, assuming we finish tonight. So in a hearing like this, the first thing I always ask anyone in the room is there anyone here that wants to become a party to this hearing? What that means is, I'm going to explain what it is. If you become a party to a zoning hearing, it means you have the right to cross-examine every other one of their witnesses. You have the right to submit your own testimony. Got to be testimony. And you also have the right to submit documents as a party. So that's one way you can participate. And if you don't like the decision, you have the right to appeal that. From Montgomery County. So party status also requires you to live in some close proximity to the property. If you're from Abington or outside Lower Moreland, I don't think you're going to be able to meet that standard. But if you're Lower Moreland Township resident, we'll ask you some questions about where you live in relation to the property. The applicant may ask some questions where you live in relation to the property. But once you become a party, then you have to follow the rules. Anyone else that's here that doesn't want to become a party, we'll have public comment at the end of all the testimony. Hopefully that'll happen tonight. And because there's a lot of people here, public comment will be 3 minutes tonight. And I'd ask, and I'll say this again when we get to public comment, if 10 people stand up and say the same thing, you can always stand up and say, I agree with that person, and then not spend your 3 minutes. So we're trying to be efficient. This is township business meeting. There's other things on the agenda. So any questions about party status from anybody? Okay, now I saw a couple hands go up. I'd like you to stand up and I think the mic will pick up. Anybody that wants to become a party, please raise your hand, stand up, tell us your name and your address.
Robert Cohen, 3120 Philmont Avenue.
Laura Calfayan,
Hold on, sit down for a minute, hold on. Mr. Cohen, where do you live in relation to the property?
Approximately 1 block away. I'm at 3120. The property is at 3051 Philmont Avenue.
Guys, keep standing, Mr. Cohen, we're not done with you yet.
What's the person?
So the applicant is here represented by Julian Freckleson. That's counsel for the applicant in the hearing tonight. She has a right to ask you about where you live and anything else in terms of your party status. So Freckleson, you want to ask gentlemen any questions?
Yes, thank you. You state that 1 block from the property, did you receive written notice of the hearing tonight from the township? Mail? No. And what is the basis of your agreement of the application?
It deals with the parking of the facility.
Just place my objection on the record.
Objection.
Correct.
Objections overruled. Next person.
Laura Calfayan, 3231 Maple Road.
And how close do you live to the property?
A couple of blocks away. We are the next residential street from the property on the same side of Philmont.
Did you receive written notice of tonight's hearing from the township? You did. And what is the basis of your agreement?
Partly the Philmont right of way waiver request.
No, my objection for the record.
Okay, the objections overruled. Next person. Thank you. Please stand
Hi,
up.
Linda Klein, KLINE, 3911 Pine Road.
Where do you live in relation to the property?
Probably a mile up Pine Road.
I would object to party status as being outside of the area that case law states that party status is available to residents.
May I speak again? I live within a block of Pine Road Elementary School, and the schools will be adversely affected by this, so that's one of my concerns.
That separate issue from being a party, but the council has objected to your party status because you believe you live too far from the property. However, the objections are overruled. You're in.
Thank you.
Who else? Anyone else? Yes, sir.
Christian Duchessois, 823 Black Angus Lane.
Okay. First name, please,
Christian,
and spell the last name.
he's in David, UCHOSFOIS.
And address, please.
823 Black Angus Lane.
And sir, how far do you live from the property?
So am I, probably a mile or two, mile and a half.
Mile and a half. Got it. You object?
Yes, I object.
Yeah. That one's sustained. That's been one.
No, like the lady said, the schools, I'm concerned about our schools being affected.
You will have an opportunity under public comment. Okay. To make your point. So, okay, so that's three people. Anyone else? And there is one.
There is someone online.
Anyone online?
There is two people online. I'll go with Ms. McGowan first. I've asked her to unmute.
Hi, yes, Kelly McGowan, 1144 Gant, Gantt Drive.
And Ms. McGowan, how far do you live from the property?
Probably less than a mile.
Less than a mile. Got it. Ms. Vance Freckleton, you have questions?
Yes, did you receive written notice of tonight's hearing from the township?
No, I did not.
I would object.
I found it on Facebook and online.
And how far did you say you live from the property?
Probably about a mile, less than.
Objections are overruled. Ms. McGowan is in at the party. Is there anyone
Mike?
else online?
There's a Mike Z. I've asked him to unmute.
Mike, you need to unmute.
DJ, what was the name of the person?
Mike Z. I don't have his last name. I've asked him to unmute a few times.
Mike, say unmute yourself. You want to become a party. Okay, let's move on from Mike Z. Is there anyone else online that wants to become a party?
I don't have anyone else online besides Mike.
It wasn't. And they are, no? Is there a second page?
I don't have anyone else.
The woman was in, it went from an M for face, she had raised her hand, and actually raised her hand before.
Who is it? ARL?
You go, the one that just turned to an M, she had raised her hand, I saw, I don't know if she.
Destiny? I don't know. I don't know if they did it accidentally. Do you want me to just
I
go?
saw her raise her hand.
Okay, well,
If anyone online would like to have party status, please raise your hand and keep it raised. Okay.
you have.
Oh, okay. She raised her hand
have to
physically.
unmute
Sorry.
yourself.
All right, hold on. Let me get to her. Marina's iPad. Okay.
All right. Before we get started, I'd like to renew my objection to Ms. McGowan. It's my understanding from checking on Google that her property is located 3 miles from the site.
That's Kelly McGowan.
Correct.
Okay, sure. Okay,
You have anyone else?
Marina. I think
Yeah.
she's muted now.
Okay, please state the name and address.
Marina, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Oh, yes. Do you want to repeat?
Marina, please state your name and address.
Marina Shainski, and it's 3521 Reading Way.
Please spell your last name.
S as in Sam, H-A-I, N as in Nancy, S-K-Y.
And how far do you live from this property?
From where? From,
The property from Philmont Avenue and Pine Road. How far do you live from there?
probably 10 minutes,
How many?
probably around 10 minutes.
It's on the upper Moreland boundary.
She might have just raised her hand for a comment.
So, Ms. Shansky, you're, I assume you have an objection?
I do.
Okay. Your request to be a party is denied. We may have some.
I think I finally got on mute.
Oh, Mike Z is back now. I think he had issues with this.
Sorry about that.
Mike Z,
Yes,
state your full name, Mike Z.
Michael Zanetich, Zanetich.
And sir, how far do you live? from
I'm
the
about a
property?
block away. I'm at 3173 Oak Road.
Any questions?
Did you receive written notice from the township of tonight's hearing?
I did not receive any written notice.
I object for your comment.
So that objection's overruled. Is there anyone else? Again, there'll be a public comment period at the end of the night. For anyone that doesn't choose party status. Anyone else? Going once. Okay. Now, counsel for the applicant has raised another objection about Ms. McGowan. According to mapping, she actually lives 3 miles from the property, which is disqualified her. We're gonna leave her in for purposes of tonight until we can document that. She claims it's a mile, 3 miles, that's a big difference. So provisionally, this is in the case. So I have Mr. Cohen, Laura Talpin, Mr. Klein, and Mr. Zanetich, Mike Z. Okay, they're my 5 parties. And then, again, I'm going to reiterate for the people that have been granted party status. If you want to question any of the witnesses, what you do is you ask them questions about their testimony. So if the traffic engineer testifies, and it's your turn to ask the traffic engineer a question, but don't ask them about sewer or schools or anything other than traffic. It's the subject of the testimony you get to cross-examine on. Because if you start down some other road or start making a statement, counsel's going to object. So just so we understand, that's sort of the only way this works with this many people in the room. Everybody's got to abide by the rules, so forth, so good. Hopefully my voice holds out for the next hour and a half or 2 hours. So, okay, any questions by anybody that's been granted party status at this point? Okay. Okay, so with that, let me just, I'm gonna mark some board exhibits first. And I have copies, I've marked them already for a order. So let me just start with what I'm gonna mark as P1, is the legal advertisement for the hearing tonight. Was advertised for 7 p.m. tonight. It was advertised on the 31st of January and the 2nd and the 7th of February. So that'll be marked as P1. P2, I'm marking as the review letter from Steve Philmont, the township's building inspector, to Bob Shattuck, the Township Zoning Officer, January 16, 2023. That'll be T2. T3 is a review letter from R2, dated January 20, 2023, regarding the conditional use plan. R2 or ETTEW. P4 is a second review by R2, dated January 20th, 2023, on the preliminary plan, which is not in front of the board tonight, but I'm going to include it in the exhibits for purposes of the hearing, because there may be questions that could be answered. P5 is a review letter from McMahon, the township's traffic engineer, dated January 20, 2023. P6 is a review letter from Tim Woodrow on the conditional use and preliminary land development plan dated January 20, 2023. P7 is a drawing prepared by McMahon Associates showing recommended improvements to the site from Huntington Point. The drawing basically, an aerial photo and a drawing. And
Is it Tomlinson or Philmont Avenue? Those would be the two.
this one, I believe, is. I'm sorry, Philmont Avenue. There we go. I wrote it mixed up. This is Philmont Avenue. So that's T7. T8 is Tomlinson. The drawing showing recommended egress into the site from Tomlinson that was prepared by the county traffic engineer. That is T8. T9 is a review letter by the county's fire marshal dated February 7, 2023. So they're township exhibits. What I would like to do, I mean, I can provide this to the order after the hearing. I think if the board has any, wish to look at any of these items all the time. But they'll be marked and made part of this hearing. And that is all I have. I think council, you have all the exhibits?
I do have them.
Okay. Yeah, these are reviews that have been issued since the plans were filed, that have been on file. Okay, with that, ready to public first witness, or you want to
I
do a
would like
little
to provide
opening
a
next week?
brief opening. This will be a little bit more than brief, but I think there's some background that's very important for this hearing. So I'd like to begin by introducing myself again, Julie Von Freckleton from the law firm of Eastburn and Gray, here tonight on behalf of the applicant BT Philmont LP, which is the legal owner of the properties located at 3001, 3041, and 3051 Philmont Avenue. The property is located in the mixed-use revitalization district, the transit-oriented development overlay district, and floodplain conservation district. The property comprises about 8.1 acres gross and 7.77 acres net. The site is predominantly paved with 92% impervious coverage, consisting of mostly floor slabs and some asphalt. So since BT has been working on redeveloping this underutilized property since acquiring it back in 2014, I thought it appropriate to start by providing a brief background of BT's redevelopment efforts, which have now culminated into the conditional use application that is before you this evening. So as I mentioned, BT purchased this property back in 2014, which was right when the township adopted a new zoning ordinance, and that zoning ordinance included changes to the RED district, and it also created a transit-oriented development overlay district, which are the districts in which the properties are located. So for about 2 years, BT diligently and aggressively marketed the property for permitted uses in those districts in accordance with the zoning ordinance provisions as adopted, but was unable to garner any kind of interest in this property. Thus, the buildings were left vacant. And so at that point, BT decided we're going to demolish the buildings and we are going to seek a text amendment to the transit transit-oriented development overlay district to create a multimodal development use, which would include multifamily residential and minor retail uses, and which also included a commuter parking garage component, and that was for SEPTA's proposed redevelopment of the Philmont train station. After adoption of the text amendment in 2017, SEPTA unfortunately decided not to move forward with the redevelopment of the Philmont train station. Thus, a major component of that multimodal development use was now eliminated, and so it was really unachievable. So in an effort to make the multimodal development use achievable, BT Philmont submitted to the township in 2021 a proposed text amendment to the multimodal development use provisions, which in effect allowed net density bonuses provided the development incorporated significant environmental and civic benefits and improvements. And with that proposed text amendment, BT submitted a sketch plan which showed a concept of what the multimodal development would look like if the text amendment was adopted. So to aid in that review of the proposed text amendment, there was a fiscal impact analysis provided by land planner David C. Babbitt and dated July 18, 2021, which was also provided to the township at the time of the text amendment submission. And that analysis projected the number of public school students based on 250 apartment units, because that was what was originally proposed for this site. So based on 250 apartment units comprising 125 one-bedroom and 125 two-bedroom units, the projection was that there would be 15 public school students, and the annual net combined fiscal impact for the proposed project was projected to total a positive or a surplus of $858,993, $37,958 for the township, and $821,035 for the school district. The annual combined revenue was projected to exceed the annual combined expenditures by 155.7%. So after this was all fully reviewed and vetted by the township consultants, the township staff, the township planning commission, and the Montgomery County Planning Commission, the text amendment was adopted by this board on December 14, 2021. Since adoption of that text amendment in 2021, BT spent over a year working on this site plan that's before you today. And they made sure that they met all of the very rigorous ordinance requirements relating to environmental and public improvements and benefits. They wanted to achieve the best possible site design. So it took a long time to get through that process, and they did achieve the best possible site design, not only for the future residents of this development, but for the community as well. So then an applicant then did submit the conditional use application, which is before you, and that application proposes consolidation of the parcels, construction of a 75,000 square foot mixed-use building comprised of 219 apartment units, that's 123 one-bedroom units and 96 two-bedroom units, 3,000 square feet of non-residential space, a two-level parking garage with solar roof, associated lighting, landscaping, stormwater management improvements, and many other benefits that we will get to tonight through the testimony that will be presented. But I think it's extremely important to highlight that both the number of apartment units and the number of two-bedroom apartment units decreased over this whole text amendment and conditional use process. As you heard me mention, this started out as proposing 250 apartment units evenly split between one-bedroom and two-bedroom units, that's 125 each. And then during this whole process, the number was reduced to first to 225 units, and now has been reduced even further to 219 units with 123 one-bedroom units and 96 two-bedroom units. So a significant reduction in both the number of apartment units and the number of two-bedroom apartment units. So what applicant is requesting is the conditional use approval to permit the multimodal development use pursuant to section 208-404E6 of the Lower Moreland Township zoning ordinance. And as will be demonstrated through applicants, expert witnesses, through the exhibits that are going to be presented, that this proposed multimodal development use meets all of the specific objective criteria of the zoning ordinance for this conditional use. And it also meets the general subjective conditional use criteria that are applicable to all conditional uses, and that's found in section 208-1006B of the zoning ordinance. And I know that your solicitor explained the process of tonight's hearing, but I also want to get into some background on the conditional use law. And I know that the board's familiar with conditional use law, and your solicitor is very well versed in conditional use law. So you know that what a conditional use is, it's a use that is permitted and one that an applicant is entitled to, provided the applicant demonstrates compliance with the specific objective criteria of the zoning ordinance for that conditional use. And once the applicant meets that burden, then a legislative presumption arises that this use is consistent with the public health, safety, and welfare, and the zoning ordinance and zoning plan. And at that point, the burden then would shift to the objectors, if any. As you know, some people have requested party status. So the burden would shift to the objectors to prove to a high degree of probability that the proposed conditional use will substantially adversely impact the public health, safety, and welfare. And that's a really high burden. And that burden cannot be met with speculation, personal opinions, perceptions, fears. That doesn't need the very high burden. And finally, the degree of harm that's required to justify a denial of a conditional use must be greater than that which normally flows from the proposed use. All uses have impacts, but this, in order to deny this application, it would have to be proven that this particular proposed use has greater impact than which would normally be expected from this type of use. So with that bit of background, I will run through the tabs in the exhibit booklet that I did distribute to the board. And the first tab, and I'm not sure if you want to call these just applicants A1 and then just have the tabs listed, or if you want each one to be A1, A2, Mr. Rice, it's your preference.
I mean, you could just call them applicants exhibit 1 to, you know.
A1, A2.
Yeah.
So applicants exhibit A1 is the deed to the property. A2 is the summary fiscal impact analysis prepared by David C. Babbitt and Associates, LLC, dated July 18, 2021, that I referenced in my opening. A3 is the Lower Moreland Township Ordinance number 760, amending the multimodal development provisions, which was adopted on December 14, 2021. A4 is the curriculum vitae of Christopher Jensen. He's a professional engineer with P&M Associates. A5 are aerial and street view photographs of existing property conditions. A6 is the conditional use plan prepared by T&M Associates dated December 21st, 2022. Last revised February 14th, 2023. A7 is a rendered conditional use plan prepared by T&M Associates dated February 14th, 2023. A8 are building elevations, green roof exhibit, sample amenity photographs, and a first floor plan prepared by Bernardin Architecture. A9 is a residential parking garage with solar roof rendering. A10 is an off-site improvements plan prepared by T&M Associates dated December 21st, 2022. That's revised February 14th, 2023. A11 is the transportation impact study prepared by McMahon dated December 29th, 2022. A12, grading and drainage plans and a stormwater management report narrative prepared by T&M Associates dated December 21st, 2022. That's revised February 14th, 2023. A13 is a net lot area and open space plan prepared by T&M Associates dated February 14th, 2023. A14 are landscaping and lighting plans prepared by T&M Associates dated December 21st, 2022. Last revised February 14th, 2023. A15 is the curriculum vitae of David C. Babbitt, plan planner, AICP. A16 Summary fiscal impact analysis prepared by David C. Cobbett and Associates LLC dated February 12th, 2023. And finally, A17 is a demographic analysis prepared by David C. Babbitt and Associates LLC dated February 13th, 2023. And with that, I would like to call my first witness.
Before you do that, let me just ask a question. So we can have a traffic person testify?
We do not have the traffic testifying this evening.
But the traffic impact
The
statement.
traffic impact statement is within the exhibit booklet that is
Right.
11, and that was prepared by McMahon and Associates.
I'm just asking who the witnesses are because I think we need to give one of these to at least one of the parties back there, because if you want to ask questions, there's going to be testimony from some of these documents. And do you have an extra one, buddy?
I do have an extra.
I can get,
Okay.
because I can get a final copy later.
Yeah. Okay. So if I may, President Hoffman's going to give up his exhibit book. I mean, there'll be some testimony on these exhibits, so. I don't think on all of them, some of them are just the deed to the property, drawings of the property, but we should at least have the opportunity for a couple of parties there to look at this if need be. So anyway, with that.
Mr. Rice, one quick question. When the applicants identify themselves, can they also spell their name?
Sure.
Thank you.
Hopefully it's short. But go ahead and call your first witness.
Thank you. Christopher Denton, you have to stay here.
Oh, okay.
Face at that.
Really sensitive.
Perfect.
It's Jensen, Jensen.
Will you please state your full name and spell it for the record?
Sure, it's Christopher Jensen. Yeah, yes,
What is your profession?
civil engineer.
Are you licensed?
Yes, I am.
And in what state?
Pennsylvania.
And how many years have you been licensed?
Approximately 14 years.
And,
Driving this one.
oh, were you? I think you were.
He wasn't, no.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And Chris, what is your place of business?
The place is T&M Associate in Philadelphia.
And would you briefly describe your educational background?
Sure, I have a Bachelor of Science degree in civil engineering from Lehigh University.
And briefly describe your professional background.
Sure, I've been working with T&M since 2010, and I've worked in capacity as a group manager, a department manager, and currently I'm an operations manager at that Philadelphia.
And so what are your daily duties and responsibilities in those roles with PNM?
So I am in the site development practice, so I focus on creating zoning plans, reviewing plans for zoning compliance, creating land development plans, site design, stormwater management, and all of the ancillary elements related to development submissions.
And conditional use plans as well?
Correct.
And you also analyze, as part of that, you analyze zoning ordinances, subdivision land development ordinance, stormwater management ordinances.
Yes, all the time.
Okay, and have you been accepted and testified as an expert witness previously?
Yes,
In what field of expertise?
civil engineering.
And before what board have you been accepted as an expert?
Multiple boards across all 5 counties, Philadelphia. I would say I've testified at 50+ hearings.
As an expert in civil
Yes.
engineering? I'm going to show you what we have marked as A4. The exhibit booklet, can you identify that, please?
Yes, that's my curriculum path. And it is accurate.
I would offer Chris as an expert in civil engineering.
Do any of the parties, any objections or questions for Mr. Johnson? He's being offered as a expert in civil engineering. He's got qualifications. I can tell you to be an expert in this state, that the bar is not that high. I'm just saying that because I've said that many times about all kinds of experts. It's not a high bar. So is there any questions about just the qualification? Okay.
Yeah, who is paying his salary for this role?
Well, he's,
I mean, he's
It's
hired by.
irrelevant to that.
that doesn't really, that's a bias issue. You know, you might argue that he's biased because the applicant hired him, but, you know, but that's not a qualification question. Any questions about his qualifications from the party? Okay, then he'll be accepted as an expert in civil engineering. I didn't mean to say that, you know, the bar is low in the state. You know, that's right. You know, but you meet it, fine.
Thank you. Were you engaged by the applicant with regard to the project?
Yes,
And what was the scope of that engagement?
to review the ordinances and prepare a plan for conditional use and land development.
And also attendance at township meetings?
Yes, correct.
And have you visited the site in the surrounding area
Yes, I have.
on a number of occasions?
Yes, I have.
Okay, so let's start with the aerial photograph, and we did provide electronic versions of these as well.
Which ones were they?
So the aerial.
One of one?
photograph
That one is available
existing
and
property. I'm sorry, is anything going to be shown to the public?
yes,
what we're trying
we're
to get
doing that
at.
right now.
So using the aerial photograph, would you please describe the existing property conditions?
Sure. So the site is located at the southeast quadrant of the intersection of Tomlinson and Philmont. And as you mentioned earlier, it's approximately 8.1 gross acres, size 7.77 net acres. You can see it's in the center of this photograph, and it is, as you mentioned also earlier, 92% covered with impervious in the form of asphalt and building slabs for buildings that have been demolished. There is a tributary to the Huntington Valley Creek that runs through the site and was engineered. It's not a naturalized tributary. It actually makes its way from the bottom of the stream to the top of the stream through the center of the site. It's an abrupt or 90-degree left-hand turn to the property line, and then makes another abrupt or 90-degree turn north to Philmont and crosses on the Philmont. You can also see there's a line running through the plan about a third of the way up the photo, and that is Conrail's train line. The site has 4 different access points along Philmont Avenue currently, and 1 on Tomlinson. And by nature of it being so heavily impervious, there is really no substantial vegetation on the site.
And that impervious coverage, that's an existing non-conformity, correct?
That's correct. It is-
And
Yeah, so I'm sorry, it's 92% impervious, and the requirement is 85% of that.
and the zoning districts in which the property is located.
Sure, it's the base district is the mixed use revitalization district. It is also located in 2 overlay districts. One is the transit oriented development district. The other is the floodplain conservation district. Did you ask for the name also?
Yes.
Okay,
Provide that as
sure.
well. Neighborhood zoning and use. Please.
so the neighboring zoning and uses to the along the bottom of the screen there is light industrial. It's E-IND district. That's south of the train tracks. Across Philmont at the top of the photo is SP-PRO, and that contains part of Ridgeway Park. which is immediately north of Philmont. And there are some residences at the very top of the screen there that are RSD-4. Otherwise, along Philmont, it's mixed use revitalization on both sides, the east and the west. And the transit-oriented development overlay is across our property as well as the property.
Okay, and the second page of A4. What does that depict?
That depicts the current conditions on the site. It's a photograph. It's showing how and right now that's on the screen, isn't it?
Yeah.
No, it's not. Hold on.
The exhibit should follow in order.
It's an exhibit A.
You go back to the second.
One of three or two of three?
The one for you.
Okay, no, it's just taking a while to load them. This one.
Yes, that's it. There it is.
It's just different size.
But that computer is being taxed pretty heavily. It's running the Zoom meeting and a very large PDF file. So we are at the limits of what all of them is capable of. It will load.
Just give me a second, it'll load. I don't want to force it because then it'll freeze on me and then but it'll load.
So that's the existing
Yes,
site condition, the street view.
it's a street view photo of the aerial. And you can see that the site is impervious with weeds growing from cracks and the impervious from the asphalt and the slab.
Okay, let's move on to the proposed redevelopment. If you could show the conditional use plan on the screen, please,
Mhm.
TJ.
Yes. One
And
second.
that's tab 6 of A set. So using this exhibit, please describe the proposed redevelopment of the property.
Sure, so overall includes the 4-story apartment building. 75,000 square feet is the footprint. The apartment building has a 25,000 square foot green roof proposed. It includes shading on that image around the perimeter. You make your way around the building.
Would it be easier if I present the rendered version with that help?
Perhaps it will, yeah. Let's try that.
There we go.
Great. Thank you.
Maybe I'm able to see that a little better.
Great, thank you. So the building is the brick colored central rectangle with the 2 courtyards that are shown there, with amenity in the courtyards, a pool, and recreation space, landscape. You can see the green roofs that are the L-shaped green areas that are on top of the 4-story building. The lower right, you see another elongated rectangular brick colored structure. That's a 2-story garage for the residences. There is one point of access from Philmont Avenue to what is a retail space at the northeast corner, the first floor of the building, the 3,000 square foot retail space, 15 parking spaces in that area. It's has a white dashed line around it that's actually representative of the stormwater facility, but that is the parking area for what is proposed retail space. You can see that access from Tomlinson Avenue. It's a right in, right out access from the driveway that goes to both the upper and the lower of the 2 parking garage levels. There's an emergency access from Philmont, the upper left of the colorized portion of the drawing that allows for fire truck access to the building, all in coordination with the fire marshal. Some other elements that are You'll notice, as I mentioned, that stream that ran through the site and had the engineered condition where it roughly changed directions. We are naturalizing that stream, opening it up. And excuse me. And you can see that how the stream now is smooth and through the site, and it's all open to the air instead of being puddled through half the site like it was before. In the existing condition. There's significant landscaping and public space along Philmont that's proposed, in addition to a sidewalk that connects both on the east side and the west side. Then I'll end with the stormwater management facility. You can see in the lower left, there's a surface stormwater basin with the Tomlinson access for. I mentioned the dashed white lines, there's an underground basin proposed under the parking for retail. And there's an underground basin proposed at the bottom right corner of the stream behind the parking lot.
And what are the total number of units?
Total number of units is 219, and they are priced at 123, 1 bedroom and 96.
Now, you mentioned the green roof on the building itself. There are also solar panels roof proposed for the parking garage. Can you describe that?
Yeah, yes, there is, and that would be located on the upper level of the two-story garage with the photovoltaic systems to supplement the energy provision through the facility. There are also EV charging stations that are proposed as part of the project, and so there are quite a lot of green features. You can see all of the additional green that's also been added compared to the existing.
Okay, and will there be a reduction in the amount of existing impervious coverage?
Yes, there will be over 31% reduction, which is quite significant on a site like this.
And then the stormwater management facilities will be provided where none exists today. Is that correct?
That is correct. We'll talk about it a little bit later, but the design knows in accordance with conditional use criteria that require a more stringent design than typical.
And do the proposed improvements comply with all of the bulk area and dimensional requirements of the zoning ordinance?
Yes,
And is that outlined on the conditional use plan that is in basic of the exhibit booklet?
yes, it is.
So the black and white version has all the zoning bulk criteria and shows that the plan is compliant.
That's correct.
And does the proposed redevelopment comply with all applicable zoning ordinance provisions found in Articles 3 through 8 of the zoning ordinance?
Yes, they are articles like the base and overlay districts, the general requirements, driveway, or yes, yes.
And is that demonstrated on the exhibits provided by the applicant contained in the exhibit booklet?
Yes,
Okay. And are there off-site improvements also proposed for this redevelopment?
yes, there are.
And using exhibit A10, which is the off-site improvement plan, can you run through?
Sure. So,
Excuse me, while we're still on this, that's fine. May I ask a question, please?
Not yet.
Okay.
When he's done, write it down.
Good.
Tell me what to stop. 3. Two's the current condition.
2 or 3.
This is 2 of 3, page 1, page 2, 3 of 3.
So this aerial exhibit describes the offsite improvements. What it shows is the crossing of Philmont and Manor Road at the entranceway to Bridgewood Park. And it shows crosswalks and connections to existing walkways. And this is proposed as part of the development as well. So, and this was also coordinated with the township traffic engineer, issues to the township engineer.
Okay. And if we could go back to, a state. It's starting with the building elevations. I'm just gonna have you run through the building elevations quickly and describe those as well as the green roof thing.
Which one? This one?
So we can start with this one perhaps. This is a view looking west on Philmont. You see the public space that is designed along the front of the building. And you can see the 4-story apartment building in the back. Very nice gathering area and photos and nicely landscaped facilities there for that public space. So this view is a little bit farther east, but it's still facing west along Philmont. You can see the other side of the building. You can see in the center of the ground level the retail, 3,000 square foot retail establishment that's incorporated into the apartment building. You can also see center of the image all the way to the left, the entranceway to the lower level of the garage, as well as the parking area for the retail. That is immediately in front of the retail area there. The big green spaces. I can also see a better sense of the walkway, the public walkway along the front of the building. And this is looking east along Philmont, and I mentioned the emergency access pathway for a fire truck that's in the foreground that runs along the side of the building. Again, you can see the front of the building along Philmont, some of the design elements of the building, and some of the naturalization of the stream there in the foreground. This is an example I mentioned of green roof, and the way these green roof is designed and installed. They come in trays, basically pre-planted trays that they install. And the technology has come a long way over the last 20 years, and so they're quite often installed in projects like this and do well. That's just an example of the section of that, right? This is one of ET's indoor amenity spaces. You can see very, very nicely laid out, decorated, and designed, class A. And this is an outdoor space. So this would be what you would see in the courtyard area, something like this. And how it integrates with another amenity space. There's an example of the pool area and all the parts of the landscape with the amenities there. Make it a very nice, luxurious place for the residents within the courtyard. And this is further amenity space with the fitness center that you see with the latest technology for apartments. This is the first floor plan What you see yellow, excuse me, is amenities space. And you see the upper right corner in the teal color is the retail. And then you see the other, you can see the other spaces which represent one bedroom and 2 bedroom, with the green being 1 bedroom and the purple color being 2 bedroom residence.
And then that photo that's on the site now, which is tab 9 of the exhibit booklet, so A9, which shows the parking garage with the solar roof as well.
That's correct. And see the photovoltaic arrays there on installed on top of that second deck apartment facility.
Okay. So this proposed multi-unit development use, that's permitted by conditional use, correct?
Yes,
And there's specific objective criteria found in section 208-404E6 of the zoning ordinance, correct?
yes.
So let's start running through that criteria. So the first criteria, which is 208-404E6A, states that the residential and non-residential uses permitted in a multimodal development are set forth in section 303B and 208-404B. So are the proposed residential and non-residential uses in compliance with sections 303B and 404B of the zoning ordinance?
Yes, they are. And those sections are speaking to the permitted uses. One being the uses within the mixed use revitalization based districts, and the other being the multimodal permitted use by conditional use within the TOD overlay.
Okay, the next subsection B, provides that the maximum allowable building height shall be 65 feet, but no greater than 5 stories above ground, exclusive of any full or partial basement, provided that the lot on which such building is located is not adjoining a residential zoning district. Is that criteria met?
Yes, it is. The building is 4 stories and approximately 57 feet in height, so it's significantly under the 65.
And that's shown on the exhibit.
It is. It's on the conditional use plan on the zoning table and represented on the exhibits that I was referring to earlier.
Okay, let's move to subsection C. That subsection describes the allowance of net density bonuses. So first, let's start with what is the net density allowed for the proposed development?
It's 12 dwelling units per acre.
Okay. The ordinance then states that in addition to the maximum net density allowable under section 208-404D of the zoning ordinance for mixed-use developments, a multimodal development shall be eligible for following net density bonuses. And the first provides a net density bonus for transportation improvements as defined and permitted in section 208-303D4E of the zoning ordinance, or by providing a fee in lieu of the installation of transportation improvements based on the number of dwelling units and the traffic impact of the development on the functioning of adjacent road and intersections as determined by the Lower Moreland Township Board of Commissioners during the conditional use hearing process. And referring back to section 208-303D4E, is this, if this criteria is met, an additional net density bonus of 3 units per acre is permitted, correct?
That is correct. Yeah.
And has this criteria been met?
Yes, it's been met via the route, which has been concurred by with the township traffic engineer, given that the proposed roundabout improvements along Philmont incorporated this project into that design, and so the route was determined to be most appropriate to meet that criteria.
And a township traffic engineer's review letter was made an exhibit at tonight's hearing. I think it was to confirm. T5. And one other thing I would ask you to do for me is the traffic impact study is included as an exhibit, and it's T11. Is that correct?
Yes.
A11.
A11. A11. And I would ask that you read in the traffic impact study into the record the conclusions and recommendations that is provided. And I think if you want to start at the bottom of the page, and everyone runs through the whole thing, but if you can read that. I'm on page 15.
Okay, so I'll start at the bottom of the page. It reads, the traffic analyses contained herein reveal that efficient access to and from the proposed development can be provided. Furthermore, site generated traffic can be accommodated at a study intersection with implementation of the multi-lane roundabout through the township and PennDOT intersection improvement project, and that the site access is with the development improvements. The development proposes to further enhance the pedestrian connectivity along Philmont Avenue, extending facilities beyond the intersection improvement project limits to connect with existing facilities. Since Philmont Avenue is a state road, proposed local road site access intersection will be subject to review and approval of PennDOT for issuance of a highway occupancy permit.
Thank you. Let's move on to subsection C3. That subsection provides for an additional net density bonus of 10 units per acre where a residential parking garage is provided in lieu of surface parking, and which results in a 25% reduction from the maximum allowable lot coverage, and where electronic charging stations are installed on the site and solar energy is incorporated into the garage design and construction. Have all those criteria been met?
Yes, they have.
And can you please explain, and you can use the exhibits to explain, you need to run through them one at a time.
Sure. So we are proposing a residential parking garage in lieu of surface parking for the residents of the apartments. Because of that, we must comply with a 25% reduction to the allowed impervious, for which we also comply. I mentioned earlier, the maximum allowed impervious is 85%. So we would need to comply with the under 60%, that's the 85 minus the 25, and we're at 59%. So we, and I mentioned earlier, the C green that we added to meet that. And
That's 31%.
that's a 31% reduction. And then we are also providing electronic vehicle charging stations and the solar photovoltaics that are incorporated into the design and construction, as you mentioned.
And again, all of the improvements are shown on the conditional use plan, the rendered conditional use plan, and the renderings of the garage and the building, et cetera. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. The next section provides for an additional net density bonus of 5 units per acre, provided that A, the proposed stormwater system is assumes that the site is 40% meadow condition. B, stormwater improvements, including stream restoration, basin construction, or retrofit and green rooftops are made either on or off site within the Huntington Valley Creek watershed, or a BMO of stormwater management is made as determined by the Board of Commissioners. Have these criteria been met?
Yes, they have.
And can you please explain?
Sure. So we are providing the green roof. The calculations for the stormwater management compliance are based on treating 40% of the impervious on the site as meadow. We are incorporating significant stormwater improvements. We are restoring the stream to a naturalized condition, whereas not today. I believe that's all of the requirements.
And the 40%, assuming that the site is 40% meadow condition, all of those calculations are described in the stormwater management narrative that we have provided in the exhibit booklet at a 13, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And they're also shown on the grading and drainage plans that are also, excuse me, that's A12. A12, is that correct?
Which
The grading.
the grading,
and the drainage
yes,
plan.
the surface basins and the range improvements are depicted, as well as an outline of the ground those. The grades ready.
And did the township engineer in his review letter dated January 20th, 2023 confirm compliance with the criteria thereby qualifying for this density bonus?
Yes, it is.
And based on your testimony, what is the maximum allowable density for the proposed development?
It's 30 dwelling units per acre.
And what is the proposed density for the development?
Proposed density is 28.2 dwelling units per acre.
Moving on to subsection D. This criteria of multimodal development provides that there should be no maximum front yard setback from Philmont Avenue and open space with a minimum width of 50 feet from the ultimate right of way of Philmont Avenue is provided along the entire frontage of the right of way except for driveway entrance and exit. Is that criteria applicable to this proposed redevelopment?
No, it is not, because we are not providing that particular amount that we need of open space, so therefore we're complying with the maximum setback.
And is that demonstrated in the exhibit net lot area and open space plan, which is A13 of the exhibit booklet?
Yes, it is.
And would you describe that exhibit in a little bit more detail, the report and what it shows?
Sure. So this particular exhibit, it's basically the exhibit you see on the screen, except it was only showing the new areas. And what we're demonstrating is that we need the open space, minimum open space requirement in site by significant amount. Requirement is 20%, and here at 39.9%, so almost double requirement. And it also demonstrates from the standpoint of a net lot area calculation perspective. There is a calculation in the center of the page that takes the gross tract area and subtracts out the public rights of way to get to the net lot area.
Okay, and I think you jumped ahead a little bit into our next criteria, which is subsection E of the ordinance, and that criteria provides that the minimum open space requirement for a multimodal development can be reduced from 20% to 10% if an applicant's providing private common areas for use by residents in multimodal development, such as swimming pool, sun deck, clubhouse, courtyard, plaza, or other common amenities for the residents. Is that criteria applicable?
It's not applicable in the sense that we don't need to reduce it because we're exceeding 20% by a significant amount.
So it can be reduced to 10%, but we're actually providing 30% of open space, correct?
Close to 40, 39, 49.
And in addition, we also include in this design lots of amenities, as you have discussed.
Correct. A lot of the amenities that you described.
Moving on to subsection F, this criteria provides that the required parking lot landscaping shall be permitted to include landscaping within 15 feet of the parking lot area, including landscaping located within adjacent open space areas. Is that criteria applicable to the proposed redevelopment?
Yes, it is.
And has that criteria been met?
Yes, it's been met. And where it's applicable is the surface parking that I described earlier that is adjacent to the retail space. We are showing landscaping outside the perimeter of the paved area within 15 feet of comply with that section.
And you're referring to the landscaping plan, which is in tab A14 of the exhibit booklet, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And it is shown on that plan that compliance is met with this criteria ordinance, correct?
Yes,
Okay, moving on to subsection G. This criteria provides that the percentage requirements of the gross floor area for a multimodal development in the transit-oriented development shall be as set forth in section 208-404-1 of the zoning ordinance. And then it goes on to talk about gross floor area of the commuter parking garage, and then concludes by saying the gross floor area percentage requirement shall be calculated by including the building gross floor areas of the uses on land in the transit-oriented development and overlay zoning district up to 1,400 feet from the subject site's boundary, so long as a minimum 3,000 square feet of retail establishment is part of the approved development. Is that criteria applicable to the proposed redevelopment?
yes, it is.
And has that criteria been met?
Yes, it has. The project proposes a 3,000 square feet retail area and measuring the gross square footage of properties and uses within the transit-oriented development within 1,400 feet of the project results in a non-residential percentage of 47.4%, which is greater than the required 33 minimum.
And that is also shown on the conditional use plan and the render plan as well, correct?
Yes,
Moving on to subsection H, this criteria provides that as part of the conditional use during the multimodal development and the transit-oriented development overlay district, the Board of Commissioners may eliminate or reduce the required vegetation buffer around a water course under section 208-303 D4T3 of the zoning ordinance. Is this criteria applicable to the proposed development?
yes, it is.
Can you please explain?
Sure. The existing stream through the site has no vegetative buffering whatsoever. So it's an existing non-conformity. We're providing variable width buffering throughout the stream that we are naturalizing. And therefore, this section is applicable and meets that criteria.
And we're providing, as you mentioned, buffering. What is the variable width that we're providing?
It depends on the location on the stream, but it's generally in the 25 plus feet range.
And again, this is an existing non-conformity that we're making substantially better. Okay, correct? Okay, turning to subsection I, this criteria provides that the permitted density requirements, lot requirements, setback requirements, bulk requirements, floor area requirements, open space and buffer requirements shall be based on the existing overall tract boundary at the time of the conditional use application. Has this criteria been met?
Yes, it has.
Can you explain?
Sure. So this criteria requires using the overall tract boundary for the calculations. We've actually done the calculations a little bit more conservatively and use the net lot area and lower the overall tract boundary.
And again, that's demonstrated on the conditional use plan, is that correct?
Correct.
And the next subsection says, oh, that's it for those subsections. So have you reviewed the conditional use review letter of the township planner dated January 20, 2023?
Yes, I am.
And have you just addressed all of the comments in that review letter other than the general conditional use criteria, which we will get to next?
Yes, I have.
Okay, so moving on to the zoning ordinance, general subjective criteria of the ordinance. These are criteria that are applicable to all conditional uses, not just the one we are presenting. The first is, in your professional opinion, is the proposed use consistent with the purpose and intent of this chapter, and is the use specifically authorized as a use by conditional use within the applicable zoning district for which we seek approval?
Yes, the proposal meets the purpose and intent, and the uses are authorized both in the mixed use revitalization district and the transit oriented development overlay district.
As conditional use.
As conditional.
And in your professional opinion, will the proposed use detract from the use and enjoyment of adjacent properties?
No, it will not. And the reason for that is right now, the site is blighted. Again, it's paved over, and you can see we're enhancing the buffering, we're enhancing the stream, the environmental elements of the site, we're opening that up. And we're providing residents also in this area to frequent the other retail and commercial establishments along Philmont. That's really the purpose of the revitalization.
And there's public space provided along the frontage of the property, correct?
Yes, there is.
And pedestrian connectivity as well. And in your professional opinion, will the proposed use substantially has a change in the character of the subject property's neighborhood or adversely affect the character of the neighborhood?
No, it will not. In fact, again, similar to the last answer, it will enhance the area, given what's out there today, and the positive elements that it brings to the area.
And that would also include the stormwater management on site where 95th today.
Correct, the landscaping and all of the public amenities along Philmont that you mentioned.
And in your professional opinion as an expert in civil engineering, does the site design adequately safeguard the use of adjacent properties?
Yes, it does.
And that's, as you just discussed, and it's also demonstrated on the exhibits presented, correct?
Correct.
And in your professional opinion as an expert in civil engineering, are the proposed buildings, driveways, parking areas, loading areas, outdoor activity areas, light sources, storage, refuse collection areas, and other improvements located and designed to minimize adverse impacts on adjoining residential lots?
Yes. So as you mentioned earlier, we spent quite a bit of time since the text amendment to develop this plan in accordance with site geometry, anticipated traffic improvements on Philmont and neighboring owners, and feel that we address all of those topics well.
And in your professional opinion as an expert in civil engineering, are adequate public facilities available to serve the proposed use, and will the proposed use have an adverse impact upon the logical and economic extension of public services and facilities?
So I'll prefer regarding public facilities and economic extension, but from a civil engineering standpoint, the things that I can speak to is sewer, water, utilities, and other elements of public infrastructure, roadway networks. It all has a no detrimental effect. I understand.
In fact, there's a significant positive impact.
Correct.
Which is mentioned. In your professional opinion as an expert in civil engineering, will the proposed use have a deleterious impact on adjacent properties or the neighborhood in terms of noise, dust, odor, smoke, litter, glare, heat, radiation, electromagnetic interference?
No. Again, design the site with attention to detail, and a use like this does not typically create those types of nuisances.
And finally, in your professional opinion, will the proposed use substantially impair the integrity of the most recent version of the Moreland Township community development objectives or any applicable plan adopted by the Board of Commissioners?
No, it will not.
I have nothing further at this witness.
We're going to take the parties question to this witness. We can go back to folks that are watching, Mr. Cohen. Okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Cohen, do you have any questions for this witness?
I do.
Go ahead.
Questions. In your exhibit A6 with the site plan, there are two areas that are marked as amenities. I want to bring it up to each other.
Do you know which one?
It's the site plan in exhibit A6.
Let's see.
The
Do you know
black
which?
and white plan is labeled as the conditional use plan.
This one.
Yes.
Yes. So there are two areas, one towards the extreme right of the property near the retail space that's marked as 6,000-foot amenity, and then between the pool and the courtyard, there's another one for 3,500 square feet. Can you identify what those uses will be for?
So I don't know specifically which one is which, but I know that the photos that we presented earlier, will be lounge areas that open out to the courtyard, and there's a fitness center. There's part of the amenity space.
Okay.
Beyond that, I don't have more detail.
Can any of those indoor or outdoor amenity spaces be used by other than residents of the apartment?
No,
What about guests of residents?
I would presume that the resident allows the guest to enter, as a guest.
Right, in section 8, exhibit A11 in your traffic impact study. It makes reference that the construction of the roundabout and the freeway intersection of Pine, Tomlinson, and Philmont is not scheduled to begin until 2025. Your impact studies are based upon that those improvements being in place at the time. What's the time frame for the apartment complex being built if they receive approval?
I can't speak exactly to that. It would be for the 5-year time frame. We do have the owner here today.
So basically, the apartment complex is based upon an impact study that will not be in place at the time that the construction of the apartment complex takes place. Therefore, you're relying on inaccurate results.
No, I'm gonna object to the form of that question. I think what he was testifying to was that, and I don't think he knows the timing, and we have another witness that can discuss that further. But as it's my understanding is that they're gonna be very closely mirrored. So it does take into account, the roundabout does take into account this development. It took into account when it was designed. When the roundabout was designed, it took into account that this development was gonna be constructed. So yes.
Okay.
And it's going to be constructed very close.
The actual construction of this project and the occupancy, we've had a lot of meetings on the roundabout. Construction of this and occupancy it won't be exactly in line with improvement, but because that's up to PennDOT to some extent, but the traffic study is done based on this project also. Being built and actually contributing to some of the costs related to the roundabout, the traffic impact that will come from this project. I mean, I understand your question. It's probably not answerable by this gentleman because he's not the traffic engineer.
Sure, I'll defer my question.
Okay. I mean, nothing else?
None for this witness.
Okay, so, Laura, Calvin, any questions for this witness?
Yeah. So, since you work for TNM, is anything that was discussed just now up for questioning, right? I mean, I know there's not much traffic, although on the plan, it says that there's a highway occupancy plan prepared by TNM. And you work for TNM, you're the civil engineer. Is there a separate traffic engineer that prepared the highway occupancy plan from TNM? Is there somebody else who prepares that?
We are working in conjunction with McMahon Associates, who is the overall manager of the Philmont traffic circle. And part of our design anticipates immediate frontage improvements that stop at a certain point beyond which the roundabout improvements begin.
So you could probably answer a couple of the questions that I have then. All we've ever been privy to is this single piece of paper. So number one, just for the record, whether it's allowed or not, I'm gonna say it. We, as the party, have absolutely no preparation for this meeting
I'm gonna
whatsoever.
object, this is a
Yeah.
statement, it's not a question.
You can object.
But
I guess I'm saying,
you said you had some
I
questions.
do have some
Answer
questions.
the questions.
So the question, one of the pictures was a front elevation. I don't know which one, you know, I don't have a book to tell me which one, but there's a front elevation showing the sidewalk. And it's showing, that actually the building is kind of, is the building raised out of the level where it is now, where the blacktop is now? The building looks raised. There are ramps sort of heading up.
It's elevated in relation to Philmont. But it meets the definition for the building height compliance, as I mentioned, at 57 feet around the perimeter.
And that 57 foot is measured from
Uh,
the roadway
I would
or
have to
from?
access the zoning definition, and I believe it's an average grade around the building.
It's not good to me, much good, right? Thank you. So I'm sorry, the 57 feet is measured from,
I would have to reference the zoning ordinance, definition. And then my recollection is it's based on an average grade around to a certain point on the top of the building.
I guess my other question should have been, are you raising the grade on which you are building that building?
We're not raising the grade, the building is sitting up, and then at the back of the site, the building is, the lowest floor of the building is at that ground level elevation as you make your way deeper into the site, because currently the existing building has a slope towards Philmont.
How many feet off the roadway, because this looks different than from the other angle, the sidewalk? How many feet off the roadway is the sidewalk at its widest and its narrowest? From the other angle, it looked like the sidewalk was really close to the roadway.
Sorry, can you repeat your question one more time?
How far off, see there, how far off of the roadway is the sidewalk? At its narrowest, at its widest and narrowest point. See there, am I crazy, but does that look like there's a
So the width of the-
2-foot curve or a
There's a
3-foot?
planning, the curve and a planning strip. Between the roadway, the edge of the roadway and sidewalk.
Yeah, it varies. There's the alignment of that walk has some curvature to it.
Right, that's why I was asking from the
Right.
narrowest to the widest.
So, it's approximately, I would say about 7 or 8 feet on average. It does get a little bit closer when, and it does elevate the convention off the road a bit.
So right here from this vantage point, where the cars are going to be the fastest, because the people, I live right at the next residential road, I know how fast people drive on Philmont despite the speed limit. Is awfully close to the sidewalk. And we just had a woman killed on Jade's sidewalk, which is set far back off the road. This just looks like a hazard. It doesn't look like a civic improvement. It looks like a hazard.
Is that a question? You need a question.
I don't know what.
That doesn't.
You could say, do you agree with me?
Excuse me, one at a time.
Did you see that as a concern for public use along a major intersection?
No, I don't. And there's a couple points here. What you see as the sidewalk on this photo being proximate to the curb line there, that's a right turn lane. So that's not a through lane. It's otherwise known as a deceleration lane. The other point I'd like to make is this sidewalk is part of the township's plan that we're incorporating in accordance with the township's items to make it a pedestrian connectivity.
Yeah, I understand that. I think we all would have hoped that that would have been off the road further. You mentioned improvements, improvements as crosswalks over to Ridgeway. Is there a blinking light? Is there a light?
So again, Philmont Avenue is a PennDOT roadway. So in the process of going through the submissions and approvals for the road improvements, that off-site improvement at that intersection of Nana will be evaluated heavily by PennDOT, and if there is a need for a flashing pedestrian crossing, then that's incorporated.
Would you agree that if a roundabout is incorporated, theoretically, that should mean traffic is at a constant, and even a crosswalk with a blinking light would still not be a safe route for children or adults, anyone, to cross Philmont Avenue over to Ridgeway from the left side of, or from the Maple Road side, your side of Philmont over to the park.
I would disagree. I think that crossing is far enough away from the intersection regardless of its.
Have you tried to cross Philmont to, across there?
Without a crosswalk, no, I haven't.
Right. A lot of us have. It's dangerous. And with the roundabout, I would think that it would not be any less dangerous. Okay, so what do we have, 1 million? No, just. So the roadway improvements, as I see them on the plan, are they contingent on PennDOT approval? And where are we in that process? Can you help us understand what that looks like moving forward?
Yes, they are contingent on PennDOT's approval, and McMahon Associates have been working with PennDOT for years now on this improvement. So,
Specifically the right-hand the turning lanes and the dash sort of divider there.
specifically the roundabout and the incorporation of what is known to be the planned apartment. Multi-modal community.
And where, so if PennDOT were to say, but you're not, I understand the roundabout is a completely separate project, that's not. The road improvements that I was referring to were the ones directly in front of the building with the turning lanes. I don't believe that that's part of the roundabout plan. Isn't that part of the
If I can jump in here,
plan?
these are all land development issues that are going to be fully vetted during the land development process. We're in the first step, which is a conditional use.
It is a state highway, so ultimately PennDOT's gonna have a final say. I mean, the township will review land development plans, they'll propose
Got it.
pretty much what they have, there's a sidewalk and, but ultimately PennDOT's has final approval.
Do you have an opinion about if the road improvements that are done right in front of this property are completed as drawn? Do you have an opinion about the possibility of ever widening Philmont at this spot in the future if we find that it's a choked spot?
I don't have any, not attractive.
Then it's the land development.
You mentioned right of way. Can you explain where that measurement takes place, the 120 versus what number you mentioned, 80? Where does that measurement,
So
where is it taken from?
PennDOT has a legal right of way, it's 80 feet in width. And so I believe the line is on exhibit. So that line is on the plan that you have, and it's labeled as the proposed ultimate right of way. And that's a PennDOT right away, given that PennDOT is the jurisdiction who has authority with this part.
That'd be 40 feet from the center line of the road in each direction.
That's what I was wondering.
40 feet.
That's what I was.
Total of 80. Most township roads have a right of way of 33. Under state law, 15 and a half on the center line.
Was public space part of some criteria? And I'm sorry, I did try to listen to what you were saying. It was a lot, and I know that you're trying to be prompt and get through things quickly. It was just really hard to keep track of all of the.
Let's ask the question, and then we'll find out if you know the answer.
Is public space a part of the business of that bonus?
There is no density bonus that's directly tied to public space.
I'm sorry. I'm just trying to go through my notes. Is there yet an overlay of this is land development, I guess, maybe not. Is there an overlay yet of the two areas on the site plan? There's a delineation line in the roadway, sort of separating T&M from McMahon. Is there an overlay yet of the two proposed plans?
Other than what we submitted to the township, no, we submitted a land development, a combined land development, conditional use plan.
And do I understand, I didn't see this before, is the main entrance for the residents through Tomlinson? Or is, I don't know why I'm having trouble reading this as it's
Either Tomlinson or
or Philmont.
Philmont, there's a two-story garage, the entry to the garage, Philmont is the lower, an entry to the lower portion of the garage, the entry from Tomlinson, you go either way, the lower portion of the garage or the upper.
So these entrances go directly to the garage, there's nowhere else to go. Oh, you can squeeze into the 15
You
spots.
can
for
turn
retail.
into the retail parking lot area.
Is land use or land development where you discuss access for ambulance and fire trucks? Is that when you talk about that, it's not at conditional use time?
And there's some of the review letters have already discussed that, but that's not part of the zoning criteria.
Not part of the zoning criteria, okay, I see. All right, the 31% reduction that you were talking about, are you saying that it's a 31% reduction in impervious surface?
Yes.
So right now it's 80 some or whatever it is now.
Yes, it's 31 from 92 down to 59.
I think they're the gist of my questions. Thank you.
Linda Klein.
Hey, first I'd like to thank you for your information, your time, your diligence. Community work, mindful of benefits. The first question is it being built on a floodplain?
No,
It is not a floodplain.
no.
Okay, so therefore I assume no flood insurance would be required. Okay, that was easy. Are there any sub-ground level buildings anywhere? Is anything being done, storage units?
No.
So everything will be done from the ground level up,
Right.
nothing underground, right? That's good. The parking. How many parking spots are in the parking garage? And how many spots per unit will be allowed?
So it's 353 total spots, and that was calculated based on, I believe it was 1.75 spaces for 2 bedrooms and 1.5 space per 1 bedroom.
Okay, I understand that the numbers are average,
Right.
but even a 1 bedroom unit with 2 adults with 2 cars. And then a 2 bedroom unit, you would assume would have at least 2 cars. You think it's adequate parking in that garage?
I do think it's adequate. That's the zoning requirement.
That's the requirement. And as they asked, but I'm sorry, I didn't understand your question. For guests of the apartment dwellers, where will they park? Are they allowed in the garage? Is that a security garage?
That number accommodates for residents and guests as well. So, and that number is accepted, 1.5 per unit is a typical number of parking spaces in many zoning ordinances in this area.
Okay, is there, and I apologize again, I didn't have access to this court. Is there outside parking other than the retail section? Is there any outdoor parking on that property? No, only the retail section.
Just
And how many spots is there?
15.
15 spots outside, right? So we've got the park garage and then 15 spots out there for do we have any idea how many retail units will be in there in that 3,000 square feet?
No.
Is there anything preferred, whether it be the 3 small stores, 1 big, we have no idea.
I can't speak.
Okay. All right, so if they can't fit in the garage and there's only the 15 spots, then we don't know where else to park. Correct, I mean,
Jackson.
okay. Okay,
Let me just say this about parking. You know, that may change during the land development. Right now, this is what's being proposed to meet the, you know, the ordinance by year.
so I was concerned about the impact on the community with the parking, that's all, that's fine. You talked about the natural condition of the street. What does that mean to enhance it to natural condition? I don't understand.
Currently, the stream is actually quite through the site. You can't see it until daylight is where it emerges halfway through the site after it was like a rough turn. And it's really it's leading almost up to the top of the bank of that stream. What we're doing is opening up the stream from where it enters the site, just north of the train tracks, all the way through our site, opening it up at least a minimum of 10 feet in width for the stream at the bottom, and providing for, you know, it requires design, of course,
Where does that water ultimately go beyond the property?
It goes through a culvert that is under Philmont Avenue. You can see it on the stream at an angle at the top left of the stream.
Okay, so it's under Philmont Avenue across to Ridgeway Park area?
Correct.
Okay, will that 10-foot wide stream be accessible to people, will people be in that stream? Is it a safe thing for it to be open water there?
I would say no. We will have a certain grading component to it, and it will be rocky at certain points. It is naturalized with vegetation. It's not meant to be. It's not an artificial
Not a
element.
swimming hole, it's just a
Exactly.
stream of water,
Supposed to be natural.
seemingly low level water.
Right.
Okay, what type of security is proposed for the building? Will it be locked or, is,
Yeah. I'm
anybody
sorry.
access?
That's outside of mine.
Okay, that's fine. Will they have pets allowed there?
That's outside of my area.
Okay. The recreational area. Is there a playground, gonna be there or anything for children there?
No.
Sorry.
Okay. Where would these school buses pick up the children who live there?
I don't know. That gets coordinated during the land development project with the school district. Oh, I'm sorry. My answer to that question about where the school bus would pick up children, my answer is I don't know. That typically gets worked out later in the process with the school district.
Okay, okay, so the extra units, there were the 12 units per acre, and that was now you have an extra 3 units you're allowed with that, so that is just that.
That's one of them. That's one of the density bonuses for the traffic fee and lieu.
Okay, so you were able to get that permission for that from the town, from,
Yes, so we proposed the fee and lieu. It was agreed by McMahon Associates, the engineer, traffic engineer. that fee in lieu makes sense given the fact that the roundabout and its design incorporated this plan development.
Okay. Hang on one second. Try to organize, but, if that property does wind up having flooding issues, what would happen, and it's happening in the area, what contingency plans are there for emergency services to access the building?
I think that's probably a land development issue. The fire marshal has reviewed that. And there's been some of the review letters call out emergency access, how the trucks going to get in there. So it's more of a land development issue. Civil engineer,
That just are have there been soil studies done on the premises?
Yes, there have.
I'm sorry, what kind of study?
Soil studies, and do we know the results of that?
The results are that I believe we're going through with a design for DEP that will incorporate what's called MRC, managed release concept. And that's a slow release of stormwater, and it's in accordance with the conditional use requirements that are well above and beyond what is typical for development of a site. Typically, 20% of your site in what's called a pre-development or before development needs to be classified as meadow, and we're required to go 40%, double that amount.
The quality of that land is going to be safe. I mean, it was built, there were car dealerships, there was a lot of oil, gas and things like that there. I just want to make sure that the quality of it has been addressed.
Absolutely.
Okay, and I think.
Kelly McGowan.
She is on Zoom and I've asked her to unmute. Kelly?
Hi, thank you. Just a few questions. I guess kind of an add-on regarding the already dangerous traffic situation that's been acknowledged on Philmont. Did you take into consideration the traffic in the morning? What time were the traffic studies done, and will we be getting a copy of them? Were they taken into consideration going into 95 off of Evans Road, as that is another very congested and dangerous.
This McGowan, question only, no opinions. You wanted to know whether the traffic impact study was done and is available. It's here.
I want to know whether it was done and whether it incorporated what time of day it was done. So will we be getting a copy, or do I need to come in to review it?
There are copies of the traffic impact study here for you. This gentleman did not do the traffic impact study. He did the civil engineering on the project. So if you have any questions about the plan, the layout, the civil engineering aspect of this for this way?
I do. Much like the promenade in Upper Dublin, which was another BET project, that was off two main highways with significant parking. I'm just wondering how this zoning was done to accommodate so many additional cars, as well as will there be Section 8 housing available in this mixed use property?
So there's a question. Will there be Section 8 housing available for this?
No.
Can I ask a question just on that? The rents. Do you have, I know there's some other folks that, okay. Sorry.
That's not my point.
I'm pulling myself out of order. But we'll get to that. Ms. McGowan, any other questions, please?
Yes. Where can we go to review the Philmont traffic circle? Because it seems like running these two in tandem would create havoc. So I just want to be sure that the town, that residents of the town aren't subjected to two major projects. So
let me just say, because we heard about availability. Everybody sitting up here got this tonight, okay? Some of the review letters that I marked earlier the board exhibits, they've been coming in since the plan was filed. So any of that is open for public review. Any of the plans regarding the roundabout are open for public view. These documents, which we all only got tonight, will be open after tonight for public view. So there's just a need to make the request and walk or drive up to the Lower Moreland Township Municipal Code to look at it. Yes, sir.
Perfect. Awesome. And last question, is it safe to assume that if the roundabout doesn't go forward as planned or is altered, that this project also will be delayed because one is dependent on the other?
But we don't, I don't,
It's not dependent on the other, and the township engineer review letter, the township traffic engineer review letter, the traffic impact study, all discuss that in detail.
But I do believe that it said it was dependent on the roundabout or the traffic, correct?
The roundabout incorporated this design is not dependent on the roundabout.
Correct.
Mike Z is also on Zoom. Mr. I'm not sure I'm going to pronounce it correctly. Zadovich. Any questions for this witness?
I'd like to know if the roundabout is not built, how will you guys change your traffic ideas?
Well, that's sort of a speculative question, and maybe that's better later on. Do you have any questions about his testimony, sir?
I would also like to ask about the parking garage. How many vehicles are you expecting to accommodate in the garage?
353.
But only 15 new students to the school system was testified to, correct?
Well, we're going to have some more testimony on that, I believe.
I understand.
Any other questions? Mr. Zanetich? No? Okay.
Can I have one follow-up question, please?
Sure, go ahead, Mr. Thorne.
Yeah. Can you explain why the development plan that was presented to the zoning board back on October 28th of 2021 had 225 units, was 127 one-bedroom units, 98 two-bedroom units. Now you're proposing 219 units with 123 one-bedroom units, 96 two-bedroom units. But the reduction in the number of parking spots went from 401 parking spots in October of 2021 to 353 parking spots now. And the retail space, you decreased the parking spots from 36 spots to 15 spots, with only a reduction of 6 units. At the same time, you reduced your parking density by 69 parking spots.
I can explain that the design meets the zoning ordinance. As I mentioned earlier, 1.75 spaces per bedroom, 1.5 per single bedroom, and then for the retail, actually, it exceeds, I believe, by 5 or 6 spaces for the 3,000 square feet. The zoning requirements for that, of course, developer would not want to build a facility that they plan to own that does not function. So as I mentioned, that number and these zoning numbers are not atypical. It's very standard and supported by studies that show that required number of parking is correct.
Except if you had a hair and nail salon in there, you wouldn't have enough parking spaces in accordance with section 6 of the zoning code.
Whatever that space is going to be, that retail space, that's shown as retail, they have to comply with the zoning ordinance
Okay,
in terms of parking.
so you're calculating the number of spots based upon the number of units. But that doesn't take into account any guests who would be coming.
It does. That's incorporated into that 1.7 and 1.5% criteria.
Will parking spots be numbered? And will the residents be assigned a specific parking spot?
I can't speak to that, but I don't know how the.
I don't believe that.
Likely not.
Okay, if they won't be numbered and they won't be assigned, will the apartment complex, will the residents have a parking sticker to identify them as a resident?
Again, I mean, I think that's the way this, but it's not really a civil engineering question.
Okay,
So let's wait until someone that is in the management or the operation of the facility.
okay.
You know, I mean, usually there's stickers, usually there's fobs, there's gates to get in and out, but I don't know that either. Okay. You have any, were you right, or you're with them?
Just with regard to the off-site crosswalk that is being proposed, that will have to be designed in accordance with the township ordinances and as well as PennDOT's criteria, because PennDOT has to approve that design. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Go ahead.
Now, the board, is there any board questions? I don't know whether let's start from Mr. Oger, and we'll go in this direction.
No question.
Just verifying drop in percentage of impervious coverage, you're saying roughly 33%, is going from currently 92% to 59%, so
Yeah, 92 to 59 and change, it's about 31. 32% reduction.
Does that green roof include that number?
No,
so it's actually more.
right.
That's all I have.
Sure.
Thank you. How many EV stations, how many EV spots?
Proposing 10.
In the, I guess it was the number 13. In the ultimate right away, I'm trying to figure out how far back the sidewalk is off of Philmont Avenue. And how wide the sidewalk will be, it looks pretty wide to me. Like, nice and wide, and it looks. How far back from the road?
Right, so the sidewalk width itself is 8 feet.
Okay.
And it does vary along the frontage, as I mentioned earlier. Portions, the majority of it is about at that 8 feet. You don't have every dimension and every location on the plan. There are points that are closer and farther.
So approximately 8 feet in width, the sidewalk.
Right.
And approximately 8 feet in width from the road.
It does get very good times and it has a certain.
Right, meandering. Thank you very much.
So, all right, so we basically I understand that first. So basically though, the average is from the street where you're gonna be putting the curb, right? To the end of the sidewalk is about 16 feet.
To the, what I would call the inside edge of the sidewalk closest to the building.
Yeah.
Yes, it does be 8, and it does vary, it does get closer to the curb in places, but to maintain the consistent 8-foot throughout the time.
Okay, and what is the distance? I see that the maximum distance I think from that point is 30 feet to the building.
Correct.
Okay, and then it goes down because of the right turn lane.
Well, the 30 feet is the maximum front yard setback in the zoning ordinance. And we comply with that requirement in the zoning ordinance, and that's measured from the PennDOT right away line.
Okay, so we're talking about the maximum from the street to the building is 46 feet.
No, because they don't necessarily, the right of way line doesn't coincide directly with improvements. In fact, on the particular exhibit, the conditional use black and white plan, it kind of bifurcates the sidewalk and the walkway, so that PennDOT right of way line runs, that 80-foot right of way runs through that area. But the actual improvements that it's associated with change as it meanders.
So how do I identify on here where the
To make it clear, curb lines and red.
I think, okay. So where is the sidewalk? How do I identify the sidewalk?
Perhaps we can pull up the colorized rendering. Here to see it.
The 13.
Yeah, where am I?
Not this one. Do you want? Is that this one? Yeah. I should have probably brought. For me to follow.
By the way, that's my knee high. Does that show? Which one are you looking at? 7? Does that show the,
Yes.
okay, is that the dark line that's on top of the trees? Basically, it looks like it's on top of the trees.
That
Is that the sidewalk?
the sidewalk is the tan and gray hatching
Okay,
closer to the building than that dark line.
What's that?
Okay.
That dark line looks like it was the extraneous line.
it may be what?
Extraneous on this exhibit.
Okay, so, so it actually is less than 30 feet from the sidewalk to the building.
It's
So
because
this
the
building is
file's
on
too
both
big.
sides, right on. Is that,
Well, it is, I mentioned earlier, slightly elevated from the street, but all of the landscape.
It just takes forever to load. It's a full size.
That's all. It's not just, a building. Always the landscape area.
so you're doing that, you're trying to make an illusion that it's further back by the landscape.
Not at all, that's typical landscape architecture design.
There's a maximum you can set back, or it can't be set back further than 50 feet. That's a requirement for.
You're not allowed to set it further back from the road?
Correct. That's why it's where it's located and why the landscaping is in front of it.
There we go.
2 hours.
Which side? This is Philmont.
Oh my God, this thing takes down my computer. Let me just see this.
So,
Okay.
yeah, okay, thank you. Sorry to So also next, you record, you said, talk about, 40% green space.
Yes,
Mhm. What's included in that green space?
have an exhibit for that,
No, I can't pull up another.
shows simply white space. All right, defining number here.
You'll have to excuse us, but this is the first time we're seeing all this. So,
Okay, so, exhibit 13 shows any space.
this is the one that shows all the green space. So is the basin considered part of the green space? I see it's white,
No,
so that would mean that it is not. Okay, but the screen is.
it is.
Okay. So there seems to be a fair amount of space from Conrail. I understand you're gonna have to get an easement out from Conrail to do some of these things, at least that was what I read in some of the expert reports that aren't asking.
No, that was a comment that was made for that. Not used, but on that, the design for the stream location will be vetted and thoroughly planned on, but no, it's not.
Okay. Yeah, I've noticed, I mean, you're saying that these were redone, like yesterday, or some of them today. February 14th, but should be an easy day to remember. My guys' reports are before that, so you actually took some of their advice in and changed some of
That's
these
correct.
things. Is one of the things you changed the width of the emergency access, so that's now 20 feet.
Yes,
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I haven't had time to change that. Have you also addressed the stormwater runoff from the garage? That is in a lot of their.
If I can just note, I think you're referring to some of the land development review letters. So these are more issues that are going to be vetted during the land development process and we're working to move forward on the conditional use process. But all the conditional use criteria has been addressed. Into the exhibits.
Yeah, you'll excuse me, I just.
No, I understand.
Yes. Okay, so I'm glad to read that. And you talked about the 50-foot vegetated buffer, or someone talking about that. Where is that? Is that in the back?
that's the requirement that I testified to earlier with respect to the existing non-conforming condition with 0 buffer and how we're increasing it throughout our stream that we are storing over
Okay.
the year.
Okay. And one of your roads, or the rock, the road from Tomlinson actually crosses the street, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you testified that you do not think that flooding will be an issue with that?
That's correct.
And I think that is all of my questions at this point for you, sir. Thank you so much for being so patient.
You have another witness.
I do.
Okay, let's swear that witness in.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Will you state your full name and spell it?
David Babbitt, D-A-V-B-I-T-T.
And David, what's your profession?
I am a professional land planner.
And by whom are you employed?
I'm self-employed, David C. Babbitt, and so he's an LLC.
And for how many years have you been self-employed?
I started my firm in late 1997, so almost 26 years now.
And what are your work duties and responsibilities?
I am a consultant to a variety of clients in all matters of planning and zoning. I often consult with applicants in the application process. I also do regular consulting for municipalities on things like the defense of zoning ordinances, interior amendments, and validity challenges. I write ordinances. I do demographic studies. I do impact studies. I teach courses in zoning and planning as well. And also for about a year, I was the interim director of planning and development in Lower Providence County, South Central Montgomery County.
And briefly, what was your educational background?
I have a undergraduate degree from Hampton College and a graduate degree from the University of Chicago.
And have you, I believe you said you appeared and provided testimony before municipal boards for the zoning and land development matters, correct?
I think it's probably between 200 and 300 times at this point, yes.
And in what capacity, as a land planner?
Yes, as land planner, sometimes on behalf of a municipality, sometimes on behalf of an applicant.
And that's municipalities throughout Montgomery, Bucks, Westrum.
On behalf of applicants in all of Bourbon counties in the city and other counties in New Jersey, Delaware, and Massachusetts. On behalf of municipalities, it's only been in Bucks, Montgomery, and Chester counties.
And you say that you perform municipal fiscal impact analysis, correct?
I do. That is an area of specialty of mine, yes.
And it's a true and correct copy of your CV at tab 15 of the exhibit booklet, which is now A15. Trying to get there.
Yes, it's about a month old, the most recent TV, yes.
I would offer Mr. Babbitt as an expert in land planning and municipal fiscal impact analysis.
For the five parties, any questions, starting with Mr. Cohen about Mr. Babbitt's qualification?
Yes, sir.
Is that okay?
I'll pay.
I wrote it down. Sorry about that. Linda Klein, any questions about Mr. Babbitt's qualification? Being offered as an expert plan. Ms. McGowan, any questions about Mr. Babbitt's qualification?
Yes, I do. Are you an investor in BET or Toll Brothers?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
Mr. Babbitt, any questions about Mr. Babbitt's qualification? Wait a minute.
No questions.
Thank you. Okay, then, Mr. Babbitt will be accepted as an expert in this, plan.
Thank you.
And David, were you engaged by the applicant with regard to this project?
Yes, I was asked to provide actually several fiscal impact analyses along the way, and also study the question of demographics of this proposed development.
And can you please briefly explain for the board what, and for the audience, what a fiscal impact analysis is and how one is conducted?
Well, in a nutshell, a fiscal impact analysis is an analysis of the projected revenue and expenditures from any given proposed development. Usually it's to a township and a school district, occasionally it's also to a county. It is not the same as an economic impact analysis. That is an impact analysis on the impact on the greater regional economy that takes into account things like secondary jobs created. That's not what a fiscal impact analysis is, narrowly focusing on the municipality and the school district.
And did you prepare, and like you said, you prepared summary fiscal impact analysis for this proposed use, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And when did you first provide that fiscal impact analysis?
The first one, I believe, was in 2015. And I think there are actually two in that year. There was another update done in 2021, I believe. And then the most recent update is dated February 12th of this year.
Okay. And are you familiar with the multimodal development use proposed and the property and the surrounding area?
Well, I'll take those kind of in reverse order. Yes, I'm familiar with the area. I'm from Eastern Montgomery County. My wife actually is a Lower Moreland individual, I am familiar with the site. I've never walked the site, but I certainly driven past it hundreds of thousands of times. And what was the first part of that question again?
The proposed use.
Yes, I am familiar with the proposed use insofar as I am provided by the applicant with a development scenario, which is to say the number of units of one bedrooms, the number of two bedroom units, the square footage of the non-residential use, the number of structured parking spaces, and several other features like that. I have not studied the plan in any detail. I've not been asked to do that.
Okay, so let's start with the physical impact analysis dated July 18, 2021. And that is included as tab 2 of the exhibit booklet, so A2.
Yes.
Would you please discuss that physical impact analysis and the conclusion reached in that analysis?
Well, as we testified before, the development scenario at that time was 250 rental apartments with 125 one-bedroom units. The average rent was $1,800 per month for the one-bedroom units, and 125 two-bedroom units with the average rent being $2,400 per month. We need to go to rent because of two reasons that determines in part the demographics, and it also helps us determine the earned income tax revenue for the township bank and the school district. At that time, there was, I believe, no structured parking involved, or if there was, it was not included in this report, and no non-residential element in the form of retail, commercial, or what have you. So it was simply 250 apartment units, and the bottom line, the net impact showed a surplus to the township of just shy of $38,000 every year, and to the school district a surplus of about $821,000 per year, for a net overall surplus annually of about $859,000.
Okay, and then did you update your July 2021 physical impact analysis?
I did. That study is dated February 12th, a couple of days ago.
Why did you update it?
Well, several reasons. First of all, the development scenario has changed from 250 units down to 219 units. The distribution of one bedroom and two bedroom units has also changed. We're now at 123 one bedroom units and 96 two bedroom units. So instead of being 50% of each, it's now heavily tilted towards the one bedroom unit, which has significantly different demographics. There's the introduction of 3,000 square feet of retail commercial development. We'll talk about that a little more later, and 353 structured parking spaces, and they've been added especially because structured parking spaces have their own assessed value and therefore their own tax revenue for the township and the school district. So the development scenario has changed, but in addition to that, I also updated the township budget, the school district budget, which are extremely important elements of any fiscal impact analysis. Assessments from the County Board of Assessment, demographics largely from the U.S. Census Bureau, and several other features. It's a full update. I didn't rely on anything from the 2021 analysis at all. I updated everything.
Okay, will you take us through your report, which is included in the exhibit booklet at A16?
Yes, I promise not to go through every number here, but I call your attention to the township spreadsheet, which is the second from the back page. And you'll see that the top panel is shows the assessment and the demographics and finally the expenditure. So in the upper left corner, we have the number of units, square feet of non-residential development, and number of structured parking spaces. Column C is the assessment per unit and per square foot and per parking space. These are from comparable developments, mostly from eastern Montgomery County. The apartments are all from eastern and central Montgomery County. It averages about $101,000 or $102,000. There's a great deal of consistency. There are a lot of apartment buildings being built in Montgomery County lately, and we have the assessments of them. I am not including any from higher assessed neighborhoods like Lower Marion. Their assessments are going to be in the 120s and 130s. And I'm also not including any from the far western part of the county where the assessments are going to be lower. These are comparable assessments in this area. The assessment per square foot of the retail is from the Wawa and I think Bank and the couple of things in Upper Moreland, the PJ Wellhans and the Wawa and the CPS in that area. That gives us about $100, a little less than $100 per square foot. And the assessed value of the structured parking spaces would be from two relatively recently built standalone structured parking garages in Norristown. There are actually about 60 structured parking garages in the Montgomery County, which is a revelation to me, but very few of them own their own separate properties, and therefore I can't get assessed values for each one of them separately. These two for Norristown are actually on their own lots, and they're both almost exactly say about $8,700 per space. So the assessed value in total, when you multiply the number of units and spaces and square feet times the per unit per space assessment, comes to about $25.6 million. Just by virtue of comparison, that amounts to about 2.1% of all roughly 5,000 properties in the township, according to the Board of Assessment. The report they put out at the end of every year had the total assessment of the township at about $1.2 billion. The next step is to look at the demographics, and that's in column B. The number of persons per unit is projected to be 1.36 for the one-bedroom units and 1.75 for the two-bedroom units, and that comes from this study put out by the people at the Rutgers University Center for Urban Policy Research. It is available online. I have a PDF. I can give you this copy if you like. The Rutgers University folks are the ones that actually developed the methodology for physical impact analysis. They wrote all the books. They did studies of every state, differentiating as they looked at the 2000 census, the units built only between 1990 and 2000, so relatively recently built, differentiating by the four categories, four factors that they feel have an impact on demographics. Number one is the dwelling type, singles, attached housing, multifamily housing, mobile homes, and so forth. The size, one bedroom, two bedroom, three bedroom, and so forth. The value of the monthly rent, the higher the value, the lower the demographics in general. And the last being housing tenure, which is ownership, whether it's rental versus a condo. And these are the numbers for both the number of persons per unit and the number of school-age children per unit are from the Rutgers study. Thank you. A little bit more about demographics in a bit. So the total number of persons is projected to be about 335, about 12 workers in 2,000 square feet of retail commercial space. The township expenditures, to do that, we actually go to the very bottom of that spreadsheet. And you'll see that the township had 8 operating funds totaling about $12.5 million. We subtract several things from that, most notably things like pass-through revenue, Act 205, pension money from the state. So everything that's $1 in equals $1 out, which basically means that expenditures and revenue cancel each other out. We subtract pass-through revenue, we subtract some development-related revenue, mostly things like building permits, because that is revenue only for the time when the project is going through this process and not after it is built. We also subtract.
Excuse me, she's trying to listen to the stenography.
Show me, you know, we don't see any numbers, we can't, you know, you might as well share.
What's the issue?
No, she was having a hard time listening, and I just asked them to quiet down a little.
They can't hear.
We cannot see the paper that he's reading from, there seems to be a lot of numbers.
Okay. And we're in township expenditures. The pass-through and excluded expenditures are about $1.7 million. What's left is about $10.2 million. And then we subtract the township expenditures that are attributable to existing non-resident development, which is just shy of 0.5%, or about $2.6 million. Whatever's left is divided by the population of the township, just shy of 14,000. You give us the per capita multiplier. That's the number of what the township actually spends per person, which is $587.62. So the residential element of this development gives us about $197,000 a year in expenditure. The non-residential element results in about $3,945 in expenditures. That's done using the proportional valuation method. The total expenditures are just shy of $201,000. The middle panel shows us the revenue, my favorite, and I'll go through these relatively quickly. We have the real estate tax, which is 5.3320 mils. If you add all of the millage rates for all of the operating funds, that results in about $136,000 of revenue per year. The earned income tax revenue is determined in a couple of ways for the residents. It's determined by figuring out the minimum household income that is necessary in order to be able to sign a lease in this development. According to the industry standard, that no tenant can spend more than 25% of household income on rent. And so that estimated or projecting the lowest level of earned income in order to be able to afford these units, which turns out to be about $96,000 for the one bed and $124,800 for the two bedroom units. So the relatively high incomes that are necessary to afford these units, the township gets to tax that income.
What's the cost of those?
I'm sorry.
We're going for 1 and 2 bedroom.
For the one bedroom, it's $2,000 per month on average. The two bedroom, $2,600 per month. And that's in line with most of the other modern apartment complexes in the area, not by any outlandish figure. By the way, I reduced that figure for the residences to account for the number of people who will live in this development and actually work in the city of Philadelphia, because of, I believe, the Sterling Act. The city gets to keep their income tax money in the form of the wage tax. You don't get that money. So I significantly reduced that by 29.4%, that number from the census. There's also some income tax revenue from the non-residential element. The people who work there, some of them may live in municipalities that don't charge their income tax, in which case Moreland gets to keep that tax revenue, but it's very small. It's not. Then there are business taxes. There's 3 different business taxes. We have the business privilege tax, which is 2 mils on the rents, the total rents. We have the mercantile tax, which is 1.5 mils on a projection having to do with the sales in the retail development, which I conservatively estimated at $300 per square foot. It's very low. And then we also have the local services tax revenue, which is $52 per worker per year for the 12 workers at the development. So that's gives us $13,868. Then there's some franchise fee and miscellaneous revenue totaling a little more than $12,000. Liquid fuels revenue from the state, according to the state's formula, that's right now at $17.53 or so. A new liquid fuel number is coming out. The revenue is $58.78 per year. A couple $100 in interest earnings. The total revenue is $253,508. We subtract the revenue minus the expenditures, we end up with a net surplus every year of about $52,546. In other words, revenue exceeds expenditures by 26.1%. Then we can switch to the other spreadsheet, the school district spreadsheet. It shows the same thing for most of the initial items. The assessed value is going to be the same. And then we get to column E, which is the number of students per unit. The 0.05 for the one bedroom units, 0.09 for two bedroom units is from the same Rutgers University study. Those numbers are then modified. Down at the bottom, you'll see 77.8% of of school age children in lower Moreland Township attend public schools. That's the census figure. And so then we end up with 12 public school students from the proposed development. There's about 15 school age children, but the other 3 are anticipated to attend private schools or the school at home. The district expenditures are based on the school district budget, which is about 56.7 million. We subtract similar type of pass-through, we end up with 55.8 million. Divide that by the student enrollment, 2565. Understand the number is actually about 2,600 now, but by having a slightly smaller number here, again, it's conservatively overestimating, over projecting expenditures. We end up with a per student expenditure of $21,757 applied to those 12 public school students. We end up with about $250,000 a year in public school expenditures. The revenue, the real estate tax is for the school district 38.4943 mils this year. That gives us $985,000 in revenue. That alone is nearly 4 times the expenditure, that one revenue source alone. Earned income tax will be the same as for the township, except that it only includes the residents. It does not include the non-resident workers at the retail, because the school district is statutorily prohibited from taxing the incomes of non-residents. State and federal revenue at about $4,400 per student. It's exactly what the district gets now, and state and federal revenue is applied to the 12 students. That comes out to about $51,000. There's $182 in earnings on investments. The total annual revenue is $1,120,640. And if we subtract the expenditure from the revenue, the net revenue is an annual surplus to the school district of $870,194. Annual revenue is projected to exceed annual expenditure by 347.5%. And before we go on, I just want to make note of the fact that the surplus of about $870,000 would represent essentially a 100% subsidy for about 40 students of the school that are not from the development. Over and above covering their own costs generated by students from the development, this development will actually subsidize 40 students from elsewhere in the township. Looking at it another way, the $1,120,000 in revenue is about 2% of the school district budget. This, I would suggest, is a huge windfall for the school district. Very few school kids, very low expenditures, and an enormous quantity of revenue. And that is we just look at.
Thank you very much. Did you also prepare a demographic analysis for the proposed development?
I did.
And is the correct copy included as exhibit A17 in the exhibit list?
Yes, it is.
And will you please describe the demographic analysis provided?
Honestly, when working on apartment complexes, and I've worked on maybe 60 over the past several years, this question comes up quite often. It's not surprising. People have a misconception about how many school-age children and public school students, if you are not the same, by the way, but how many of each are generated by apartment complex. And so I've, over the years, done a great deal of research, which is summarized in this document. First of all, I call attention to this document called Characteristics of the Population in New and Existing Housing Units, which was done by my alma mater, the Montgomery County Planning Commission, dated January of 2012. This is available on the County Planning Commission's website.
It's not on the books,
No.
I have a couple of copies if you'd like.
And it's available on.
It is on the website. The county studied that all the housing built in Montgomery County in the years 2000 to 2010 in the 2010 census. That's something like 28,000 units. And they did a similar type of demographic study, but they just differentiated according to dwelling type. Singles, multifamily, townhouses, so forth, not according to size or value of tenure. And the numbers for apartments in general, all apartments, no matter how many bedrooms, is 1.67 persons per unit and 0.04 school-age children per unit. Both very low figures and both very much in line with the Rutgers number. The two sets of numbers comport quite nicely. If we were to use that number, 0.04, applying that to the 219 units, we'd be looking at only 9 public school students from the proposed development. I looked at 4 recently built apartments by DET. There's one in Upper Dublin called Promenade, which generated, I believe this is from the 2021-22 school year, last school year, 25 students out of 402 units, 0.062. We have the 555 Flats development in Horsham, 0.031. West End Flats in Media, the Rose Tree Media School District, which is, by the way, another, almost all of these are top flight school districts in the Commonwealth. Upper Dublin is listed as number 10, by the way, in niche.com. Rose Tree Media is number 34, for example. The West End Flats is 0.031, Granite Run, which is the site of the Granite Run Mall, 0.083. All of those combined,
It's not true. Those numbers don't mean anything to the people sitting out there.
Say
So
numbers.
the numbers that are important are, go back to the number of students versus the number of units.
okay?
Forget about the percentages. That doesn't
All right,
sound.
so it'll take another minute, but
That's fine.
Okay.
We can know that.
In Promenade, in Upper Dublin Township, the Upper Dublin School District, 25 students and 402 units. So that's approximately twice the number of units that we're talking about for the Philmont Flats development. And that has 25 students. That's an actual number. At 555 Flats, 8 public school students out of 256 units. West End Flats, 5 students out of 162 units. Granite Run, also Rose Tree Media, 16 students out of 192 units. So if you take a look at all of those developments together, that's more than 1,000 units, generating only 54 public school students last year. That's where we get the students per unit, 0.053, very low. Lower Merion School District did its own demographic analysis prepared about a year ago by an organization called Statistical Forecasting. It looked at 6 new apartment complexes built in the township, all of which were built between 2016 and 2019. These are brand new complexes. And it looked at enrollment for the 2021-2022 school year. The Royal Athena had 32 public school students out of 275 units. Athens Apartments had only 2 students out of 47 units. The Square had 4 students in 46 units. The development called Maybrook had 15 students out of 250 units. Ardmore 1 had only 3 students out of 110 units. And the Kelly had 11 students out of 109 units. We total up all of those, we have 837 units and only 67 public school students. If we, let me just move on. The next would be the Colonial School District, which Nick rates as number 18 in the Commonwealth, very strong school district. As a result of some right to know request that I made earlier, it's the Courts at Spring Mill, which is down by the Spring Mill train station, 7 public school students out of 386 units. Riverwalk Apartments in Conshohocken Borough with 1 public school student out of 375 units. Lumina in the borough of Conshohocken also had 0 public school students out of 309 units, 0. And Park Plymouth Meeting, which is, I believe, right at the Plymouth Meeting interchange turnpike, had 5 public school students out of 398 units. So those 4 complexes total 1,468 units, generating only 13 public school students. Using that demographic multiplier, the Philmont Flats development would have only 2 public school students. Again, I'm projecting 12, so a lot higher than that. We go to the Great Valley School. Before we go to Great Valley, I also, in the same right to know request, I also asked for the number of students coming from a development called the Place 1 Apartments on Germantown Pike in Plymouth Township. This is a more of a high rise. It was built in 1974. It has 329 units. It has a lot of 3-bedroom units, which have completely different demographics. That facility housed 50 students on its own. So that shows you, I think, the difference between the older apartment complexes and the newer ones. The newer ones tend to have far lower school-age children per unit. In the Great Valley School District, which is in eastern Chester County, We have the Haven at Atwater with 42 public school students out of 326 units. Royal Worthington, and also East Wyoming, 12 public school students with 253 units. The next one is called which one would that be? I have a blank in that space, and that's a mistake. I'm not sure which one that is, but it had, whichever one, it had only 15 students out of 244 units. The East Side Flats in Melbourne Borough had 11 in 190 units. Yards in Melbourne recently opened had 14 students out of 225. In those 1,238 units, 94 kids. There's a couple more, Chester Square. And the point of all this is on the last page, you see out of 5,000 units in the suburban areas, almost all of which are in the top quality zoning, school districts. 5,000 units, by the way, is comparable to the number of units in this township. Generated only 237 public school students. It's a very low number. These are the best of the studies that I've been able to find as a result of the right to know request as well as the public studies. It just shows what we in this business know already, and that is that developments like these newer, high-end apartment complexes in the Philadelphia suburbs, especially one with 1 and 2 bedroom units, not 3 bedroom units, tend to generate very few public school students.
And David, in your professional opinion, based on findings and conclusions contained in your summary fiscal impact analysis and the demographic analysis, will the proposed multimodal development use have an adverse impact on public services and facilities?
No, just the opposite. It will have quite a benefit for the public services facility.
As you just explained in great detail.
Right.
And in your professional opinion, based on the findings and conclusions contained in your summary fiscal impact analysis and demographic analysis, will the proposed multimodal development use substantially adversely affect the public welfare in a way not normally expected from this type of development?
No, it will not.
Go ahead, Ms. Wood.
Question, Mr. Cohen,
Not at this time.
Ms. Townsend, yeah.
Hi, thank you so much. I love math too, but that's rough.
Our numbers. Thank God for spreadsheets.
Yeah. I appreciate everything that you said. To me, I discounted the whole 2012 county study because
Objection.
it's been a
Question.
lifetime.
Ms. Townsend,
Okay, I'm
question.
sorry. Sorry, it's 10 o'clock. Did any of these studies take into consideration, I don't know what the word is, more of the structure of, or the personality of the town? Let me just give an example. Lower Moreland doesn't really have a rental community. This would be one of the biggest rental communities, whereas many of these other places have rental communities. Are there studies, Lower Moreland doesn't have a nightlife. Many of these areas have a nightlife, so they might draw singles versus a place that doesn't have a nightlife. Do any of the studies take into consideration, I don't know if demographics would be the term, the umbrella term, but do they get more precise about sort of the personality of the town and what the town has to offer? Because none of these towns are really comparable to a tiny little, basically a hamlet of Lower Moreland that is, it's just not comparable to any of these towns.
Well, I think the answer is yes, to a degree. And let me give you a couple of examples. The Colonial School District, most of those apartment complexes are located on the riverfront in Conshohocken. And a lot of people who live there get on the train every morning and go to work in Philadelphia. And they're not going to have kids. Most of the time, these newer apartment complexes tend to attract 2 different types of tenants. General broad categories here. One would be young adults who right out of school, they're working, they have to be able to afford these units. They're not, living off of mommy's or daddy's bank account. They're working, but they want to live on their own and they're looking for a nice place and they move into places like these. The other is people like me, the empty nesters. The kids are gone. I would love to move to a small apartment where I no longer have to mow the lawn and do the driveway and so forth. You don't have a lot of families with kids in apartments in suburban Philadelphia living, in units like these. You might in older complexes, but not in newer complexes, and that's largely a factor of the rents. Because most of the older complexes tend to have much lower rents. There's a complex, for example, in the Great Valley Corporate Center, Great Valley School District, rather, where I live, 380 units or so. It's built, it's a garden apartment complex, built in the late 60s. It has something like 80 school kids, public school kids. It's completely different demographic because the rents for the 2-bedroom units there are about $500 or $600 lower than the rents for the 1-bedroom units at the Philmont flats.
I guess maybe a better question would be, have you done studies or participated or gotten staff from studies that are similar to the demographics of Lower Moreland? Do you see, and as a follow-up question, do you see that the demographics of Lower Moreland, that are the environment here, the factors that may impact who moves into that apartment building, do you see that they would be very different than a town such as Conshohocken?
Yes, I would agree with that. I think the most comparable here is actually Great Valley, which doesn't really have a downtown. East Moreland Township does not have, it's not Malvern Borough. It's over one complex is in Malvern Borough. It doesn't have that walkable downtown with fun things to do, which my kids remind me of all the time. So that to me is comparable. And by the way, Great Valley, I believe, is something like number 16 or 18 on the list. It's an excellent, top quality school district. So it to me is comparable to Lower. Upper Dublin, I think, is similar in some ways. This development may be close enough to Willard Grove, kind of the downtown area of Willard Grove. That is, there is some activity there. Hatboro Horsham, similar. Hatboro Horsham is there's not a lot of nightlife in Hatboro. I don't know Hatboro, but Horsham Township in particular, because mostly what's there is a big old naval air station, a lot of homes and business areas, one of which was recently converted to the 555 flats apartment complex. So it's similar also.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Klein?
Yes, sir. Hello, thank you for all that information that I was completely unable to absorb. One of the factors that I'm wondering, and I respect these statistics. However, as a resident here, have you considered that we are on the border of Philadelphia and the demographics of the people in the surrounding area affect who will likely come to Lower Moreland to have their kids in our schools? Because the other areas are surrounded by other suburbs, whereas we are
Exactly.
okay. A lot of them are. The Upper Dublin is surrounded by suburbs,
But Lower
and the problem
Marion,
is rents are way higher than the rents.
the Lower Marion is right on the city line, and there are people who would love to get out of the city of Philadelphia schools by crossing City Line Avenue, and undoubtedly some do. It's just that they do not live in these new high-end apartments.
Understood. But our experience is we've always had people from right across the border who sent their kids here illegally. So we're very. Okay.
That's an argument you
Yeah,
can make.
okay,
later.
that's fine.
Just
Okay, I want to confirm, is there a maximum occupancy per unit? Is it 2 people for 1 bedroom and 4 people for a 2-bedroom?
I believe that's correct, yes.
And how is that enforced?
Because the management company can determine who lives there, and if they see too many people going into a unit and any given time on a constant basis, they can say, you're not on the rent, you're going to need to find another place to live.
Okay.
And by the way, something that, well, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, you got it.
No, it was an example that didn't need to be given.
That's fine.
It's very, getting
Do
very.
we have demographics? If it's not children, who is occupying? If there's a 4-person occupancy in a 2-bedroom apartment, are they 2 married couples? Do we know anything about the demographics of who's in these apartments if they're not children?
Well, yes, first of all, again, the most common renters are going to be the young adults and the empty nesters. If there are going to be more than 2 people in a given unit, chances are that other person is going to be a child not of school age. So,
Before or after you move 2 younger to old?
right,
And why is that?
because it's a lot easier for families to have kids, in a stroller or a carrier, in a small 1 or 2 bedroom apartment, then it's a lot easier rather than a single family home. I'm sorry, let me back up. It's easier to have a toddler living in an apartment than it is to have a 10 or 15-year-old kid living in an apartment.
Correct. Do we have demographics of how many divorced people in the apartments? Divorced people.
No, I do not. I've never seen anything like that. My guess is there would be a good amount of that would be, something that would be relatively common.
Yes, and I think given the current housing crisis, your studies are pretty current. But do they keep in mind the surge in real estate prices over the past year or two, where it's harder to afford a house, and maybe if you have a young child who'll get an apartment to start, that they might start out with little children who might become bigger children, then they with these salaries of under $100,000, maybe they can't afford a house in a school district where they want to be.
Well, I would object to that question.
Yes or no?
I can answer the question. So some of these demographics are current in the Great Valley one. That's a result of a right-to-know request that I made in January a month ago. And so, that's this school year. These brand new apartment complexes have very few school kids, and that's the trend.
So what, I hope this is a level question. What if these numbers are wrong?
Okay, what if they're wrong?
There are consequences to our community if these numbers are wrong.
Okay.
That's what I'm asking, if there's a contingency.
That's not his testimony. His testimony are, it has been in all these school districts, here's what I've done. So if you can refute that.
Okay,
ask
well,
him
I
that
haven't
question.
had time to, but I can certainly try.
Okay,
Not right now. Thank you.
thank you. Joey McGowan, any questions?
Yeah, just a couple. You said that the people that you anticipate to occupy the structure are empty nesters or students. There's another structure that was just approved, I think 176 townhouse units that are it's specifically for senior community that's probably less than a mile away. So if there's a bunch of seniors going to that 176 unit, you've got all that traffic. What if that building isn't occupied is my question. What is the plan then? What is the backup plan? Because it's not a commuter town and there's no public transport and no nightlife. So it seems to me that I think we should focus on the backup plan because the promenade is not fully occupied and it's been open for months.
So,
I'm gonna object.
Ms. McGowan, that was not a question. You have a
What
question?
is the plan? What is the plan if the building does not become occupied? If you can't find tenants?
It's not relevant.
So- But part of
Speculation, it's not gonna speculate.
Ms. McGowan, the objection is sustained. Ask another question, please. You have a question.
who other than seniors will be occupying the building?
Again, it's not, the other group was not.
Again, it's a speculative, is using 2010 and 20,
Now, when you're arguing with the witness, let him answer. He just tried to answer your question. Go ahead, Mr. Babbitt.
The other group is not students, it's actually people who are former students. They're young adults, professionals, living on their own, not in their parents' homes, and also generally not married, and certainly not with kids. The demographics, it's been described as the barbell demographics. You have a big hump on one end, then you have very low demographics of people in the middle, in the 30s, 40s, and 50s, and then you have another large hump at the end for people who are empty nesters. It's the younger folks and the older folks, but not the ones in the middle, who generally live in apartment complexes like this.
Okay, so just so I'm clear, your demographic is older people that may or may not go to the other one a mile away, that's 176 units, or students, empty nesters that are going to be spending $2,000 a month to live in a place with no nightlife and no public transportation.
Right, but they're not students again, they're young adults who are no longer students, they're working. But generally, students are not going to be able to afford these units.
Okay, so if they
there's a train station across the street, and there will be some people who will get on the train and go to work in town every day. And I've taken account for those by subtracting a good deal of your income tax revenue because of that. There is public transportation right there.
Right, but do the numbers account for if it only has 50% occupancy? What then? What do we do?
You're arguing with the witness, ask a question. Lady.
That is a question. I mean, that's a very valid question. It would be a tremendous eyesore on our community, would it not? To have a half empty building, you would have to fill it with something, right? What is the plan? I think
Speculation, we're not speculating, that's not what's being proposed.
This is not time for what ifs. This is the witness, and you ask him a question about. it.
okay, so when you purchase,
All right, one more time, one
Okay.
more time.
one more time, when you purchased the original building and it didn't work out and it didn't get occupied, and you decided, okay, now we have to flip it and make it an apartment building. It already hasn't worked once in that spot. What gives you the assumption that you're going to fill 200 units? I guess is my question.
And this is a planner, I think the question that you're asking.
Yeah, because if you're planning, you've got to take in every single consideration to the community, right? You've got to look at the community, you're proposing it in. I would,
Am I allowed to do that?
May I have, Mr. Martin?
First of all, let's mute Ms. McGowan for a minute, if we can do that.
She's muted.
Because we have people trying to testify, you can't have other people online talking over time. So we're gonna have the gentleman that, a lot of you have asked questions, the what ifs. We'll have him sworn in, Mr. Markman, and then he can try to respond with what was just said.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I did.
Michael, will you first state your name for the record, please,
Michael Markman, Markman.
and identify yourself?
I'm the president of BT Investments, and I'm actually one of the owners.
Okay, and you heard the question that was asked, will you please answer that? for us?
So the one thing, we don't build, these projects are incredibly expensive. We don't build them, we can't build them. The Promenade in Upper Dublin has 403 units. As of today, we have 7 vacant units out of 403, and people that recently moved out. We have 5 deposits on those 7 units. 403 units, we have 2 units available at this point. 555 in Horsham, we have 2 units available, both with deposits on them. As of today, we get daily reports. Basically, if you take all my apartments in the Philadelphia region, they're between, I would say they're probably 3,500 apartments. I currently have, without deposits, 10 units available. We don't build apartments that don't get built. We know what we're doing. And this is a tremendous location for apartments. It's transit oriented. And you know, the other thing I can say is the empty nesters here don't have a place to go for a modern, beautiful apartment. And they will gravitate with this. I live in Abington, my in-laws lived in Cheltenham, and wouldn't move to Upper Dublin. They didn't want to go 3 miles away to a better apartment complex. They lived on Plaza because they wanted to be close to home. They wanted to be near their doctors, they wanted to be there shopping and their friends. And so basically this will cater to empty nesters in this township that want to stay in the township. And we see it again and again every time we build these things. As far as young people, the transit-oriented nature of it, we have the training here, we're going to be able to attract young people. And what we're finding is young couples move in, they then look around and they decide to stay in the township and buy a house. So we have a lot of that going on in all our apartment complexes. Those demographics hold to be true. We take demographics of all our residents. The other question, as far as how we enforce it, everyone who can live in a unit, we have to have basically the names and ages of everyone who lives in the units. If there's more than 2 people per bedroom, we evict them and we do an non-renew on theirs. And we enforce it very, very rigorously because we're not going to overburden the complex. I think there's any other questions that I potentially could ask. Security, it'll be key fob. Can't get the building without a key fob. So basically, we have a system. If you're coming in and you want to rent, you plug into the leasing office to get in, but otherwise you have to have a key fob to get into the building.
Mr. Markman, just a question to come up. Use of the parking garage, how is that regulated? And what is
We haven't determined yet. We can figure that out, whether we actually have we have a barrier, so at least at the promenade over Dublin, we do have some common spaces for visitors, and then we have a key fob that gets you past that point, but we haven't determined. It depends on the complex. Certain places we actually regulate that, certain places we don't. We just want to get a feel for it and see which the best way to go.
And the amenities,
Yes.
are they open to the public?
No.
Are they open to, if I want to visit my, children that are living there? Can I
Yeah.
go in the pool?
You can visit, so typically what we've been doing is 10. So the promenade over Dublin is a beautiful pool. We'll have a beautiful pool here. So we actually limit it to one guest per unit for the pool area. And you get a pool pass, and we have someone who checks you into the pool area. It's not done that way everywhere, other places potentially, but we do get a feel for it and better understand. And then as far as the parking, I mean, we look at all our apartment units, and it's really about 1.55, but you got to remember, we went light on 2 bedrooms here because you asked us to go light. We like to go heavier on 2 bedrooms generally, but we've been asked to have less because with 2 bedrooms, less 2 bedrooms, you'll have less pool space. So we limited the number of 2 bedrooms here. The other thing that's really interesting is if you look at all these numbers at our complexes, at least, it's a guess, and I found that a percentage of them at least will have another home in the township, because we have a lot of divorcees. You get divorced the first, I always say, I know who's getting divorced before the spouse. They come, they look at my complex. We have a daily report. I actually had an ex-employee who was getting divorced, and I knew she was getting divorced because she looked at my. So a lot of these divorcees maintain a separate residence in the township, so they're already in the township, and the kids are already in the township. So I would say between 25% and half of the school kids actually maintain a separate residence in the township, so that you're not bringing as many net new students as it seems, but for the purposes here, we're assuming they're all net new students. So
There was a question about the number of people per bedroom,
2. We don't allow more than 2 per bedroom.
and how's that enforced?
That's enforced by when you come in, you have to tell us who's gonna live there. If there's more, generally it's word of mouth when we watch what's going on. And then essentially, if there's more, we tell them they have to move out. If they don't do that, we either evict them or not. But I haven't had a big, probably not for Dublin, I haven't seen people moving into the apartment. I just haven't seen it. I haven't seen it. I just haven't seen it in all the modern new apartments. You get into townhouses, you end up with kids. These type of apartments, there's very few.
And what about, dogs?
We allow dogs.
Dogs are allowed.
So we allow up to 2 dogs, 100 pounds.
So your dog thing, I guess.
Yeah, we have dogs.
Excuse me,
Can I ask a question about that?
hold on, I'm gonna go to the parties. Or ask questions.
Okay.
Of Mr. Martin, I think I covered a lot of them. Mr. Cohen, do you have any questions for Mr. Martin?
Just recording the parking spaces. Based on the calculations, you're gonna have 353 parking spaces, which would encompass enough parking spaces for the people that would be living in the units. But it's not going to leave any parking availability for guests. And if you're not going to have numbered spots or have some way of controlling who's parking there, what's to stop people who are going to be using the Philmont train station from parking in the complex and just walking across Tomlinson Road to the train station?
So that's something we have to consider, but keep in mind, the 1.75 is actually 0.25 higher than we see the usage for the majority of our projects. So the 0.25 times 219 units gives us approximately 55 extra spaces per guest. So as far as the Philmont train station, it's not convenient because you have to walk across Tomlinson. And if we do find that problem, then we're going to beef up our security and make sure that's not happening. So it's a lot of touch and go. We do not want to build something where there's not enough parking for our residents, because that becomes a problem for us. And we don't want to have that problem. And then we're not able to lease apartments because they're saying, well, I have nowhere to park. They're not going to lease from us. And these rents are high. And I can tell you over time, they go up because as inflation goes, the rents go higher. And we tend to be able to raise rents over time. We're not as aggressive as most landlords, but over time. And the truth is, you cannot accommodate their cars, they're not gonna rent from you, and it's not gonna be successful. So we wouldn't build something to underpark it. And we look at all of our usage, and that's why we think like 155 is adequate based on our usage. 175 is a little more, but that was kind of a compromise when we went through the process of the zoning.
Then how do you explain reducing the number of units from October of 2021 from 225 units down to 219 units, and at the same time eliminating 69 parking spots?
You know what, I don't know. I don't know what transpired there. I do know that 175 is more than adequate to allow me to provide a beautiful, first-class, well-parked environment. So I don't know when that changed or how it changed, but 175 I'm totally comfortable with. And keep in mind, if people can't park there, they're not gonna rent from it. So I'm not gonna create a situation where I don't have parking.
Thank you. Okay.
I was waiting for you to say my name to see how it was developing over the night. Well done. First of all, I love the fact that you're so dogs, that's bravo to you. Does that mean that you have a doggy park?
I think we're gonna have some area for dogs, yes. We gotta figure out where it's going. But we have dog parks at all. In fact, coming out of Dublin, we have 2 dog parks.
Okay, yeah, I just didn't remember seeing,
We love a dog park everywhere. We will have dog parks.
okay, so you think it'll be likely to have a dog park there?
I agree. We deal with it.
Okay, and I take it that would still only be accessible for the residents.
Correct.
Thank you.
Fine.
Just on the dog thing, yes, if you have the dog park, some people like to walk their dog.
Yeah.
So that adds another concern of they're crossing the river, lots of people walk their dogs over at Ridgeway Park, it's a very common place for people to walk their dogs. And it's a lot more foot traffic on Philmont Avenue, is that taken into consideration?
You know, the Philmont Avenue improvements, you know, the majority of what we're doing here was, and we think they're great, but they were asked by the board when we went through the zoning. And I think the overall plan for the Philmont corridor is to make it more pedestrian friendly and to bring together the properties and the shopping and just make it a nicer environment. And everything we've done with our property, we try to accommodate that. Clearly, you know, I think we have to work with PennDOT. The crosswalk is something that we were asked to do, and we're happy to do it because we think it's a nice give back. And, you know, we'll do whatever PennDOT requires.
Would they consider putting, and it's that question I guess, but an overhead bridge, a small bridge to go over it, that eliminates the hazard part of it?
They're great ideas, and I've always thought about them. The only issue you have is that with ADA requirements, you end up having to ramp them a lot or put in elevators. It's just they get really, really expensive in the millions of dollars. So yeah, it's just that could.
Well, I know the deer don't know to walk over.
Yeah.
But, no, people with dogs.
I mean, truthfully, I think the improvements, I mean, this township has done an incredible job of getting on the transportation infrastructure plan, getting the traffic circle put in, and it's gonna do, and I drive through all the time. I live in Abington, I'm here. And yeah, so, and I can tell you that the job they've done to improve this intersection, which is a very difficult intersection, is incredible. And this traffic circle is going to have a great calming effect on Philmont Avenue, and I think it's going to improve everybody's kind of standard of living here. I know people don't understand traffic circles, but I've been all over the world and I've seen them, and they're amazing. And I think through this section, people are going to be much happier about the way traffic flows.
Okay.
That's just my opinion as a layman. I'm not an engineer.
Well, yeah, ignore mine. But I am a resident, so I have a different perspective from you, and that's. The other thing is, has anybody looked at, and this might go to David, is the Carson Terrace is a condo complex, which has a lot of rentals. And we have, I believe, 40-some students coming out of that building. Oh, I'll take it. That's right. 50, something like that. 59, thank you. And do we know how many units are there?
Yes, I believe it's about 250 units.
Okay.
There are some significant differences.
I know it's a condo versus an apartment.
Well, that's one of them. And in the demographic studies, well, it's one in Rutgers, they differentiate condo units from rental units, even one bedroom, be the same size unit, be the same exact unit. If it's owned as opposed to rented, they're going to be different demographics. There are a couple reasons for that, one of which is a rental company, a management company, whoever's running an apartment complex can say, we have a limit of 2 people per bedroom, 4 people in a 2-bedroom apartment, 2 people in 1-bedroom apartment, you cannot have more residents. You can't do that if you own the condo unit. You can bring 6 or 10 people in there if you want. The condo company, there's, you own the unit, you can have as many people.
I don't think that's true, David. I don't think that's true. Is it? When I lived in those condos, I don't remember that, but that was before those, it wasn't that what I got. Whatever, anyway.
But the more important difference is that in Carson Terrace, the vast majority of those units, more than 200 of the 250 units are 2-bedroom units. There's only something like 38 or 36 1-bedroom units, very few. And those 2-bedroom units are huge as 2-bedroom units. I looked up today on Realtor.com, units for sale, a couple of them came up in Carson Terrace. They're between something like 1,350 and 1,550 square feet.
And how big are
each. These, the 2-bedroom units, I believe, are more like 12 or 1250. So basically, we're talking about another room, and often it's a loft space in a, walk up the stairs for what? Places where you can put another person, like for example, a kid.
Right.
It's just, it's not apples and apples here. It's just,
not apples and
it's
apples.
completely different.
But it's
type of
supposed
wealth.
to we have that. It's like apples to we do. I mean, it's not apples or apples, but from our perspective, it looks like something from which we can draw information as to these are the units. These are a lot of them are being rented more than expected. And we do have a good number of kids in the school system. So I just wanted to put that out there. To see if that was taken into consideration.
I would respectfully disagree. I don't think you should be looking at Carson Terrace for enlightenment or wisdom as to how many kids are going to come out of Philmont flats. I think you should be looking for the other rental apartment complexes that I cited in my study.
How many rentals are there?
Well,
How many other rental units are there in Lower Moreland? See, that's more the factor I would propose and be looked at.
I just want to add one thing. Looking this type of property here is going to benefit the residents who want to move out of their houses. And the one thing I can tell you, like, for instance, even like an emergency situation, the tornadoes hit in Upper Dublin and it was devastating. We were at least up, but we were able to accommodate 50 people, who lost their homes, for a period of time. Having this kind of backstop in the community, number one, keeps your older, older, I'm talking like 60 to 75-year-old in the township. No, it's not older, it's 60 to 75-year-olds have a place to live in the township and they stay close. It then also allows, to have rental, not having any revenue is kind of a challenge because if people want to move here from the city, they might bypass it and go to a place where they can move into a rental unit and then move into a house.
Why is that bad for us?
I think it actually helps your housing stock because people live here, they like it, and then they buy a house instead. And
But if there aren't houses to buy, they can't move to an apartment, and without those apartments, we have no more students they are. Then
there's always, honestly, there's always houses to buy. If they can't afford it, they'll live somewhere else. But I'm just saying that they can enjoy the community, and people tend to buy houses where they enjoy the community and they like living. It tends to benefit communities. And I can tell you, Promenade in Upper Dublin, the surrounding area, the house values have actually gone up as a result.
Yes, but that place is so different from here. I mean,
The apartments are the same. The
it's
apartments
a
are gonna be
different
the-
neighborhood from ours.
One at a time, please.
I'm sorry.
One at a time, please.
Let's
This
get
is
back
not a
to the-
conversation.
All right, I'm just asking questions. I won't die.
That's nothing.
You have any more questions?
I do not.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. We're gonna go to Mike Zanetti, who we passed over last time. See if he has any questions for either Mr. Markman or for Mr. Barrett.
I'd like to know what's the fiscal impact on police and emergency services with a complex like this. We're going to have parking issues. I think we're going to have increased crime with the apartment complex, increased traffic, increased medical emergencies. What's the impact there financially?
Mr. Barrett, can you answer that question?
Yes, that's all been factored in to the township per capita multiplier. $587.62 per person is one of the highest per capita multipliers I've seen. What that means is that a couple things, this township does not have a great deal of non-residential development because typically the non-residential development subsidizes the residential development, planning 101. I'm not telling anyone anything you don't know. This township does not have a great deal of it, and therefore more of the burden of the costs of providing services and facilities falls on the residents. So that $587 per person includes the police, the public works, the code enforcement, recreation, administration, you name it, it is in there. I will also note that I think that number is actually too high for this development, for the simple reason that I don't think there's going to be a great deal of additional public works expenditure for this development. There are existing roads. One of them is a PennDOT road. I don't think the township's going to spend one dime more than it does already maintaining these roads after this development gets built. If I had my way, I'd actually reduce the overall expenditures by about half of the public works, of something like $1.5 million. But I didn't. I'm conservatively projecting higher expenditures. I'm conservatively projecting lower revenue. Trying to be conservative on both ends of the way.
Diane, any other questions?
No, not at the moment.
Okay, so let's go back to Ms. McGowan and see if she has any final questions that we can unmute her. For Mr. Markman.
I do have a final question. How can we get access to all of these studies that have been presented for people online or, in the audience? Can we just
Sure.
call that and go back down?
Township building.
Township building. And what is the proposed PennDOT? Will you have that information as well?
All the PennDOT plans are here. They're available. Just make the request.
Wonderful. Thank you. That's it.
Okay. I think we went through all the parties.
One question.
Board questions for Mr. Babbitt or for Mr. Martin. So I guess we'll start to my left again.
So the one question I had is, how often do you have, poor young people living in a 2-bedroom community?
Right, yeah, out of all my apartments, the only place where I see that, and it's a problem, is Lincoln Woods, which is across from Chestnut Hill College. And so they kind of like to load 2 kids per bedroom. And it's a small complex, and we try to push back on that, but I can tell you from my experience, I haven't seen poor in any of our units. And I have demographics. So I mean, the nice thing is I have, names, age, occupation, how many people are living in each unit. And I can't think of, I'll review it, but I can't think of any units that actually have 4 people in it. Occasionally they'll have the children, which, we talked about and how many you have, but that's about it. I don't generally have 4 people.
My other question is, I know that there's a pizzeria, I think, and a shopping center just between Tomlinson and there. My concern is them getting inundated parked by people there. So that parking is a concern. I know you're addressing things you're providing more than enough spaces, but it is a concern for me. Is there any plan that if parking does become an issue to help alleviate those businesses from having their parking spots taken by guests or?
Well, the one thing I know is a fence up now. Now you're saying you can park there and walk on the sidewalk and over. We can look and see if there's a spot to reserve. I don't think we actually have anywhere to do it. I'm comfortable with the 175 Main Street. But if that happens, I would work with the owner we've spoken to many times about enforcing it. Because we have license plate numbers. So once again, it's not analogous. When I'm going to Promenade over Dublin, we have Market Street there. And all our residential parking on Market Street. And the shops, it's not good for the shops because, if they pick up their spots, people can't shop there. We started an enforcement regimen. We have everybody's license plate at 6 in the morning. We go and we basically sticker first and then tow people. So we've towed our own residents a half a dozen times from Market Street. If there was a problem, and I would be willing to put this, in writing, I am willing to enforce and make sure my residents don't park. And yes.
This is probably for David. I see you're loading
your trash area and talk about the impact of public works. Is this going to be private or public trash?
Private. Yes, the township does not collect trash from either commercial or local family.
Got it.
Our first question, can these units ever be counted out?
What was the question?
Can the units be counted out?
And I hadn't thought about that. I mean, I guess it's always a possibility for someone to do that, not us. We don't do that, but it's a possibility. If they would never happen. I guess it's a possibility. I never considered it, but I guess.
The current taxes paid on the parcel right now, do you know what they are?
I do not.
I'll get it. I don't know.
Just trying to see the difference versus the current assessment.
Oh, it's going to be huge.
Yeah.
I understand that, but I want to just put that out on the public record.
I didn't check with the assessment.
That's fine. No problem.
Oh, you know what? Let me back up. I mean, yeah, let me get you more information on the condos. There's potentially different construction environments, and we might not even be able to convert it. So I can get more information on that.
Okay. Regarding the 12 public school students, that's what you're saying, there was no life in where you believe it's going on.
Yeah.
Out of that, is there any kids going to the charter schools, private schools, in addition to the expect students to project?
Private schools, yes. Charter schools are considered public schools, they'd be included in the 12. The projections are for 15 school-age children, but only 12 public school students. The other 3 would be projected to attend private schools or preschool development.
You mentioned that property subsidizes for the students.
Effectively, 40 public school students, yes.
But if they're already living in the township, you find that in the township, there's no place to live in the township. Is it really subsidizing for the students, or is it just providing additional funds for the school? I think it's the same thing.
That's up to the schools. They're going to have a ton of extra money to figure out how to spend. And they're, I don't doubt for a second that the school district will find ways to spend that extra money.
All right. Another point of clarification, because I know there was, talking, the Philmont project, 176 townhomes. 55 plus, those are the townhomes that will be there versus your project, which is 219 units, which will be my use. Base salaries, you said to afford a 1-bedroom unit, it's gonna be approximately $98,000. Is that
In
correct?
that ballpark, yes.
2-bedroom, what kind of expense?
That's about 125, yes. That's minimum salary, minimum annual household income for these units. Most people living in these units are going to have higher salary, which means there's going to be more income tax revenue for the township and the school district.
Do you have the income for a resident potential pregnancy?
Not offhand, no. I could look that up if I had, a computer, and I'm pretty good on the census website, but I haven't looked that up prior to now, no.
That's all the questions I have right now.
I have a question for you. Did I hear correctly that you said the retail / commercial space actually adds revenue also? That's what I think that's revenue.
Well, it adds real estate tax revenue to the township and the school district. It also adds mercantile tax revenue to the township only. And it adds earned income tax revenue to the township only, but not much. And it also adds local services tax revenue to the township only. That's the $52 per worker per year.
I just want to make sure I heard.
Yes. Revenue to the school district is going to be from the real estate tax.
And did you say something at the garage there?
Yes, the garage represents, I'll tell you the number here. More than $3 million in assessed value. Those parking spaces cost a lot of money to build. The assessed value is going to average $8,700 or so per parking space. That $3.1 million in assessed value gets taxed by the township and especially by the school district because their tax rate is whatever, 6 times whatever yours is. So the school district is the big winner in terms of the real estate tax for the school district, just for the parking garage is projected to be about $119,000 a year, just from the parking garage, not the units, not the retail.
Thank you. I just want to make sure I heard
Yeah.
correctly on this too.
This is, I think, going to be a windfall. I don't use that word lightly. It's a windfall for the school district. This is going to be the answer to their dreams. It's going to solve a lot of problems for the school district.
And if I can just add, David did our study of Upper Dublin, and I think he was projecting 28 or 29 students there. We actually now, at this moment, we have about 19, and a number of them are divorced. So it actually turned out to be less than his projection at Upper Dublin. So,
Not uncommon.
David, when you conduct these studies, how accurate do you think
In terms of the demographics or in terms of the dollars?
of the students actually,
Oh.
moving in, if you take a look? Down the line?
Most of the time, in general, there are fewer public school students moving into these apartment complexes once they were built, compared to the demographic analyses and the fiscal impact analyses that I do before they're built. I mean, the ones that I mentioned over here, I probably did fiscal impact analyses on a third of them, a half of them, and they all have far fewer the public school students than what I originally said they're gonna have.
I just have a question for Mr. Martin.
No.
I just wanted to ask if I like the rendering, and I just want to know if you're committed to, the architectural colors and the style and the material of the drawings.
if you like it, yes. If you don't, you don't modify it.
The planner
Yeah.
mentioned that one was reused or not.
I like it, but we've been flexible in the past. I mean, I think our architect did a good job with it, but we're flexible. If you guys have some issues with it, no.
I agree with the planner.
Really,
I do like it.
thank you.
Really attractive.
I do too. I think it's gonna really enhance the Philmont part.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Most of my questions have already been answered. I just want to know, this assessment of $25 million, is that about average for one of your PET properties?
Yes, it's, in general, newer assessments, especially in Montgomery and Chester counties, have to step back. These two counties, did their last countywide reassessments at the exactly the same time, 1997, with effect January 1st of 98. They used the same company, Collier Trimble, and the way that the difference between the assessed value and the market value has changed are almost identical between these two counties. The market value is going to be a little bit more than twice this. The market value is not going to be 101,000. Market value is going to be more like 210 or 215,000.
But 250, we talking $50 or $60 million, not 25. It's gonna be more than double.
Right.
As far as, so there's a multiplier.
Right. In general, right now, the assessed value is 39 or 40% of the market value in Montgomery County. So yes, I've seen complexes that are 40 and $50 million. I'm working on one now in Great Valley Corporate Center, where they're going to take down 2 old, useless, empty office buildings and build something like 450 units. They're looking at about $55 million in assessed value, which is a colossal sum.
I mean, that's a big factor in determining the profitability of some of these units.
The profitability to the township and schools. Yes, that's correct.
Whether it's plus or minus.
Absolutely.
I hope you all understand, that, our schools are tapped out. We are pretty full right now. And, that is why everyone's so concerned about the number of students. We're all trying to avoid, building another elementary school. So, if they're with us, this is our biggest concern, and we will probably continue to have the questions.
So I can say, I mean, we started this process in 2015, and honestly, we've been through, and I understand that's concerning. We've been in these types of meetings multiple times since 2015. And so we completely understand the concern, and we're more experienced now. We have a better idea what the numbers are, and we're more comfortable with our numbers. We built similar complexes, and we have real hard data that shows we're not going to produce. So
We have anecdotal that certain populations will be interested in this particular apartment complex. And I don't know if I can share that with you at some point. If you'd be interested in having.
Sure.
But not.
Do you have any other witnesses?
I do not.
So I would suggest a order with that clock, correct?
that actually is.
So we take a 5-minute break. There still has to be an opportunity for public comment, whether it's tonight or another meeting. And the board has a whole other business. So we just need to, we want to talk about how far we're going to get with. Good. Testimonies closed. Well, let me ask this. Do any of the parties want to testify themselves? You have your questions answered?
I have a hand raised online.
That hand has been raised the entire.
I lowered it. I keep lowering it. Should I, let me ask if she wanted to test?
Yeah, I mean, I just had a couple of questions regarding the rendering and the application status, if there was a minimum credit score, employment verification, that kind of stuff.
Go ahead, ask your question.
Okay, is there a minimum credit score and employment? What kind of employment verification to rent a 1-bedroom and 2-bedroom?
Can you also please state your name and address?
She's still one of the parties.
Oh, she's still one of the parties. I'm sorry. Oh, it's Kelly. I'm sorry, Kelly.
No problem.
Silly lady.
So we comply with fair housing, and we actually use a third-party company to qualify everyone that applies under the credit standards, which are very similar to what David had mentioned.
Okay, and then will we get another rendering that will include the proposed dog park?
That'll be land development.
Yeah, that'll be during land development. Yeah, be a lot more details. Yes.
Okay, yeah, I mean, it just because it's kind of a big deal, because where will the dogs be walked?
Anything else, Mr. Galvin?
Nope, that's it for now.
So let's, I would say, okay, 10 minutes. 10 minutes. 10 minutes.
10 minutes?
If it's A1 through A7E, all admitted. And we'll be back at 11 o'clock.
Oh my God. Okay.
Hello, everybody. We're gonna start back with public comment at this late hour. Thanks for hanging in here with all of us. I know it's late, and we'll start with the public in the room. If anyone would like to start, you can come up to the podium, state your name and address for the record. I see Judy Moss with that beautiful sweater in the back. You can come up to the podium.
Oh, I don't have to do public comment?
Come up to the podium. Unfortunately, we don't record it yet.
Well, it's the-
You know, pretty much. I'm gonna have to speak for about a mile.
We still need your.
Everybody's got to speak up, we need name, address, okay? And then everybody's got 3 minutes. And, to make your public comment.
And it's no longer relevant where your house is in proximity to.
Correct. Correct.
Pretty much on 44 Byberry. First of all, as part of the demographic, the presentation was talking about it, who lives in a house and has 40 years and no one moving. I live on cul-de-sac on mountain behind this project. And I'm not leaving to live next to train all day long. So to think that elderly people would want to listen to train horns all day long, I don't think so. And we wouldn't want to listen to young people playing their music loud and have the party. Don't know what I'm talking about. I think my first person. I'm concerned about, no one's asked if there would be any blasting involved, as to digging out sewers and water and all that kind of thing. Because if someone who lives on the top of that mountain, we have a fault line, and I don't know where the Huntington Valley earthquake fault line ends. And it's always been a concern if there's blasting in that area. So that would be something to determine how far down that mountain that I live on the fault line is, because that's a concern. Quality of life is important to us. And we want our children and their parents to be able to go to the parent-child dance without having to be on a waiting list. So we have to be sure about these numbers. We have to be sure about quality. I like to know what we want to do.
Thank you, Julie.
Sure.
Anyone else?
Public comment?
Public comment?
I can go.
Come on up.
Please say my name and address.
Yeah, did.
Okay, so I'm Irene Wilson, I live at 1301 Rye Drive, and I moved here with my family from California. And actually, speaking about the fact that you cannot have more than 2 children, 1 children, we rented that place on Philmont Avenue with 3 children. It was around 1,200 square feet, so very small. I'm sorry, I'm just getting really nervous here because it's very important to us. And I was listening to all the presenters. This is our community and it's our life. And for Michael, it's a project. He has many apartments, many projects. He doesn't care how many kids are going to end up in the school. I have 3 children in the school, and the ratios are going up, and the ratings are going down. And the schools are getting so overcrowded. The traffic is absolutely terrible. He doesn't live here, and his parents don't live here. His kids don't go to the school. It's just a project for Michael. And he can come here and tell you what beautiful colors he wants to color. And he'll let you paint it any color that you want to paint it. Just let him build another project. So, and while everybody was busy in 2021, and not everybody's getting notices of this hearing, I guess a lot of stuff was happening, and we are where we are. You know, discussing this, the zoning ordinance. And I just personally fail to see how it's advancing any kind of environmental benefits or even as any kind of public improvement. The schools cannot take any more children. And I looked at some, numbers and statistics, and Moreland is not Upper Dublin or whatever, any other school. It's a small community, we have no rentals. We had a really hard time finding a rental when we were looking for a place. And nobody from this gentleman from the whole beautiful wonderful group that, you know, we spent 4 hours listening to, nobody's gonna guarantee you that we're not gonna have 450 children or more in our schools. They have all the statistics which have nothing to do with Moreland. And each child costing the schools, I mean, I don't know, $20,000-$30,000. If we're gonna have like 500 extra children in our school, it's a $10 million burden or more on the school district. Nobody's talking about that. I asked the gentleman what he's sitting right there. He said, he cannot guarantee. You know, there's not gonna be a lot of kids. He has the statistics from Rogers and all these other places. And nobody from this probably saw. You know, I guess, even including you guys, before this hearing. So, and people come to Moreland because of the schools. We don't have, you know, colleges, bars, nightlife. We don't have anything except for our schools. That's how we're different from all these other places that he was telling us the statistics from. So I think if you want to ruin, you know, Moreland, then you want to allow for this project to happen. You want to, you know, there was the woman that was killed on Philmont Avenue. I don't want to, you know, okay, I don't want to go down the route, but it's possibly public hazard. The schools are overcrowded. We just, as residents, we don't want this project to take place here. There could be other uses, maybe that they should put the land to. Maybe.
3 minutes is up.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Hi, everybody, and I live at 2616 Bonnie Lane. So I looked up some statistics about Great Valley, which is where I have to be tomorrow because I work there at 7:30 in the morning. The school is actually twice the size of Lower Moreland. They have about 2,500. They have about 4,500. They have 4 elementary schools, 1 middle school, 1 high school. That does not compare to our school district at all. So I'm sorry to say, I do not review. The second question I have is the last time we were here, which was 2 weeks ago, we had asked for an independent assessment that they would not necessarily, that this organization wouldn't hire, that we would hire. Has that happened or is this person? Anybody help me answer that?
I don't know what you're talking.
We asked for an independent.
So we asked
assessment.
independent school assessment,
Who did you ask that of?
planning commission. We asked for an independent assessment of how many students we would realistically see come out of this project.
So who would hire that person? The township?
No, we asked for them to pay
So
for it.
we asked
and
them to
us
pay for it,
to
we would hire.
That's not. They're not obligated to do that. They've done their assessment. If you think they're wrong, you know, then you have the obligation to, you know, produce that assessment yourself.
Why wouldn't the township pay for that? Wouldn't they have a vested interest?
I mean, this is a zoning hearing, so their obligation is to meet the requirements of the zoning board. And there's no independent assessment of what school, how many school age children? Is that what we're talking about?
Yeah, how many children would come out?
They just had an expert testify. to that.
Yeah, but they hired him and they paid for him. So I have no idea. I can't validate it. He said I could compare it to Great Valley and I can't.
Well,
That's not
I
valid.
would suggest you get it in report, because there's 6 or 7 examples of different school districts in there. And
None of them compare.
And look, well, you can always say that, but your apartment complexes, and it's documented, you know, how many school age children come out of that. And it tells you how many units, so it's a pretty good comparison, and it's based on the Rutgers study, and there's a Montgomery County study, and, you know, you can study things to death, but in this world, this planning world, that's what the experts rely on. If you have something else, it's different than that. Bring it forward.
That's why
But
we
you're-
asked for an independent assessment. That's why we asked.
They're not willing to do it. They're not required to do it. And the township's not required to do it. This is the proceeding. This is the proceeding.
Okay.
On this application.
So I'll move on to my next topic then. Okay? Since I live about half a mile away, right where that turn stop is, it is extremely dangerous. I cannot make a left turn
out of my neighborhood without fearing for my life every single time. I have been in, I've been in car accidents almost, I mean, I haven't been there, right there, but, I've come very close multiple times. And I have a huge fear that with the condos that are being built for the 55+ community, with the conjunction of this being built, traffic is going to increase tenfold. My kids cannot get home in under an hour from Pine Road Elementary School. They just can't. For me to go and pick them up from where I am, I'm under a mile away. It's taking more than 20 minutes. That's unacceptable. And then my next question is like, where are the buses gonna go? Like, if the bus is already taking so long to get home, where do you put those buses? If you're gonna have to ask for them. There's something to think about.
Anyone else?
So I was here, Ashley, and 25 also. So I was here for the planning meeting and they talked about, waivers that you requested. You presented waivers that you guys wanted. And they presented 3 waivers. And one waiver I would like for you guys to vote against, which is, they asked for a right of way. Currently we have 120 foot right of way. They asked it to be reduced to the 10.80 foot right of way. I think there's one thing that every person in this group can agree with. Philmont is horrendous. It is the worst road that any of us travel on. And they're asking for us to reduce that right of way from 120 feet to 80 feet. For me, being a resident here, I would like the option if we need to widen the road, or if there is some form of flooding issue that we can actually put in gullies or what we might be needed. But by giving them that land, I really think that it's a lot of things that we would look at. And not knowing how that circle is going to function, I think we should really look at that before building on it. It was 120 to 80, correct? And then my other statement is I disagree with everyone about the school. I think that it's going to be a very hard battle for us as a community. Even if it's 40 kids, we don't have the room, so we're going to start doing something today. So that's all I have to say. Thank you guys.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Michael, for 240 Barnsley Avenue. I just wanted to share a few numbers. I had an opportunity to have a conversation with Mr. Babbitt on the break. And I don't think his numbers that he's sharing with us are not accurate, but unfortunately, they just don't pertain to lower Moreland. And I'll just give you a couple of examples of what we've seen in the last couple of years. We did a study, enrollment study 4 years ago. So we were starting to plan for the new high school. And our projection was our enrollment as a district was going to grow by 15% over the next 10 years. We're 4 years in and we're at 13% growth. So we're going to hit that number by next year. A few years ago, we took a look at the enrollment of the surrounding school districts in Montgomery County, and just about every school district had a drop in enrollment. And I think it was from like 2001 or 2000 and 2018 at the time, we were up 39%. So the numbers you share with us may be accurate, but they're just not going to pertain to our numbers. We're on a trajectory that's going up. And even if you're off by 20 students, that you can't just plug those numbers into our budget, because what you don't see is every time you add several students in a school district that's already busting, it seems 3 or 4 students means hiring another full-time teacher, which is about 125,000–150,000 in salary. So I think all those things are not being taken into consideration, and I will reiterate, what is not in your study is the cost associated with students with special needs, the transportation that goes along with students. We have to, as a public school, we have to bus in a 10-mile radius. So these are all just facts. And so I think, unfortunately, I like the project from everything but the effect it's going to have on our school district. I think it would look nice on Philmont Avenue. I think it's something that the community maybe could use, but the effect it's going to have on our school district is going to be pretty real. So thank you for your time.
James Lee, 1025 Holmes. But I'd actually like to piggyback on my colleague, Mr. Berardi, that he brought up a lot of pertinent points. You know, we talked a lot about projections and even data from other school districts, but our reality on the ground is that we are busting at the seams, we're over capacity. This even with our new high school that was projected 4 years ago, we're ahead of schedule. So our reality has nothing to do with other projections or other districts and their numbers. I'm not doubting that data. I think the impact is going to be profound, and if we're wrong, especially with increasing class sizes, increasing student ratios, and especially in the setting of a teacher shortage that we're dealing with, it's only going to get worse. So over time, the quality of education is going to go down, our rankings will go down, property values will fall down. So what I'd like to ask the board members, commissioners, if you could go back in time, would you vote the same way? Is this, in your mind, in the best interest of our township? I've heard a lot about financial gain, fiscal impact analyses, the windfall of the school district, which I don't agree with. $800,000 a year is 1.6% of our budget. That's not going to build a new school. So please, in your comments, make it clear if you agree whether or not this is in the best interest of the township and for what reason. If it's purely financial, please make it known. But for us, a lot of our parents and other parents here, it's not worth the financial gain at all. So whether you vote yes or no, please, I would urge you to make it clear if you disagree with the true impact for our school district and you think it's the best, in the best interest for our township.
Anyone else?
Real quick. Laura Cafe and 3231 Maple Road. I think more of a question for perhaps the board. I thought there was going to be discussion tonight about the waivers that were being requested, and I was hoping that I was going to learn a little bit about them. None of that.
The waivers are requests with the land development plan, request to waive certain subdivision land development ordinance requirements, like right of way or.
So none of that is going to be decided by the board in this interim, but that's for the next step.
Not until
Perhaps the confusing part of it was that the planning commission, they have to weigh in on both a conditional use plan and a land development plan. Whereas the way that things are structured with this board is that this is purely conditional use.
Got it. Okay.
The land development phase, which will include not just the zoning ordinance, but also subdivision ordinance, floodplain requirements, stormwater requirements, all of this stuff that's coming.
Exciting stuff. Yeah. Thank you to Mr. Berardi and to Mr. Lee. They're both school board members. They're well versed. I want to make a comment based on that. There are apartments right around the corner. If you go down Philmont, right on the Byberry, there are apartments there. I know that they are not at all comparable to what they're proposing here, but there are a lot of kids waiting out there for the school bus the other morning, and I'm thinking that that's just one little apartment complex right around the corner. It's an easy shift to Level Moreland if the folks can afford it. I'm not making any judgments on that, but there are a lot of people living in apartments with children right around our border. And if they have the opportunity, they will come. I believe that really they are going to be the first people coming. It's people with children who want an opportunity to find a way into Level Moreland. Actually, that's basically my story. We rented here for 2 years when we moved here because I couldn't afford a house. I walked away from my house in Jersey with nothing. So we came here and we rented and then bought a house. So, and because specifically, I knew I was going to have more children and I knew that I wanted them here. I was looking for Level Moreland. Anyway, it's just, I know I'm piling on, but statistics can be right and they can be wrong. That's usually statistics. Thanks.
I feel.
Sean Ferguson, 3665 Marquee. I'm just gonna kind of piggyback on what some of the other residents said. I'm looking at this from the standpoint of what the community needs. You guys get to build your 212 unit apartment building. We get a crosswalk, parking garage with some solar panels, green roof, 3,000 square feet of retail space, or 4% of the total space of the project. A public space that looks a lot like the bus stop with the building. 353 additional cars, a parking circle, 10 EV charging stations, which I'm sure I'm going to be really using on a regular basis. At a net gain, I think it was $859,000 a year, give or take. So in the event we need to build another school, we'll be in good shape in 8 years to build that school. So I just question again, what is this really something that is a benefit to the community? I know you guys want to put something in that space, I get it. 212 units of apartments doesn't seem to be the best use of that space for the community. Thank you.
Anyone else? In the room this evening that would like to speak? Anyone on Zoom?
There's 2 on Zoom. The first who raised her hand is Kelly McGowan. So I've asked her to unmute.
Kelly?
Hi there. Yeah, just adding, as a parent in Lower Moreland, I've seen a significant drop just with the way that they can handle classes, and it's not a teacher's trying thing. It's just they can't handle it, the load. So if one of the things in the conditional use permit is, you have to also meet the community's needs, I would just ask the Lower Moreland Board of Commissioners to take, our words to heart, that there's already a dangerous traffic condition, and then, how is this bettering our community? I would argue that it's not, and it's going to have a very bad impact on our community.
Thank you.
So, okay.
Thank you so much.
And then the next person is Anna. I will ask you to unmute.
Anna, could you please state your first and last name and your address for the record?
Yes, my name is Anna Yakubov, and I live at 706 Rakes Road. I'm also a parent at Lower Moreland, and I really am against this project. I think it's, our public schools have max capacity right now. Pine Road Elementary is going to be over 100%. They're putting in trailers. Our class sizes are 26, 27 students in a class and one teacher. It's not fair to our students, not fair to our teachers. There's no plans that I know of another elementary school being built. It takes my neighbors who live a mile away from Pine Road, their kids get home at 1 hour after Pine Road is over. I'm not sure why you would approve this when we don't have the infrastructure for additional students, whether it's 1, whether it's 10, whether it's 50. So I think that the kids are going to suffer. All right, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Anna, for the comment. Anyone else on Zoom?
Yeah, next is Anita. You could unmute.
Anita, can you state name and address for the record?
Hi, my name is Anita McPhee. I live at 326 Brayborn Road. I have a couple of different things to say. My husband grew up in this town and graduated back in '89. And the class sizes back then were about 20 kids per class. I have a son that graduated, I guess last year. When he went to Pine Road, the addition was just being built and finished. and his classes were about 22, 23 kids. My daughters are freshmen currently. One of my daughter's classes have 35 kids in them right now. So I'm one of the parents that are leaving the school district eventually. And I'm looking at some of these, parents that are just moving here. And from when my husband went to school and when my kids are leaving, the classes are just, totally changed. And the fact that, people are, there's other developments that have been, built obviously, and more kids are coming in here. And just from listening to what the gentleman said that, the elderly people are going to be moving from houses into these apartments. Well, let's assume 50 or 100 people do leave their houses in Huntington Valley and move into these apartments. Well, who's going to be moving into those houses when they do leave? It's going to be families with kids. And let's assume they have 2 kids in those houses. That's another 200 kids moving into the district. So you're still going to have more kids moving into this district, and there's nowhere to put them in these classes. They're already overcrowded. Pine Road has nowhere to put these kids. I mean, my kids were in trailers when they were there. The high school that's being built right now is almost going to be at capacity, even though it's brand new. And my other thing is I live a half a mile away from where this is being built. I would love for the commissioners to get in a car and go from Wawa to Pine Road to Tomlinson at 2 o'clock to 3 o'clock every day and sit in that 22 minutes of traffic that I have to sit in to drive a half a mile home. It's worse than Los Angeles. Huntington Valley is becoming a congestion zone all over town. I don't understand how this is going to be okay and adding 300 more cars. I just don't understand how it could be okay with traffic, more kids, and nowhere to put them. I agree with both Mr. Berardi. I agree with Mr. Lee. I agree that this is going to be awful for our kids in the school district. And I think the traffic is beyond ridiculous as it is before this is even being built. So as commissioners, how can you guys think that this is going to help our township? Our values of our houses are going to go down. People are going to move out probably. I mean, I don't even think that it's going to be anything desirable to even live here anymore because everyone's going to be stuck in traffic all the time. That's just my 2 cents. And I'm leaving eventually, but I'm just telling you, for these parents with young kids that are coming in, it's going to be very unfair to them.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Anyone else on Zoom?
I see Bob, who's raising his hand.
Okay, Bob, can you say first and last name and address for the record?
Yeah, it's Bob Costello. It's 2323 Cordis Lane. I was on the planning commission for 8 years, and this project back in 2012 was before the planning commission. So this project's been around for 11 years in the township. The issues that I see are not the project getting built. It's the location of the property up against the road that all the residents have just talked about. It's elevated, which it wasn't supposed to when the planning commission initially envisioned high density housing. That area, unlike what it's like one of the highest flood areas in the township. You get 4 feet of water coming in. The basin across the street becomes the catch basin for all the water. So water pours down from Jade, it pours down from the lot. Despite what's being said, I drive through it 600 times in the last year for the last 20 years. There's nothing talked about containing the water on the property, unlike other developments where they have to do that. The safety issue, there should have been a guardrail put in front of Jade's property, would have protected the lady from getting killed when that property was developed with an expansion 12 years ago. There's no lighting on Philmont Avenue. It's pitch black from the intersection all the way down, and you have almost a 90-degree turn in the road. And how's people supposed to get across the road when you have 200 apartments, people walking their dogs and they want to walk to the park when the traffic goes 50 miles an hour? It's actually every telephone pole in front of Jade's property has been taken down in the last year. They're all green telephone poles because they've all been replaced. Because people have taken them out, trying to make the bend and going too fast. So the safety issue, the flooding, and the lighting seem to me to be the three most important issues that aren't being addressed. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Anyone else?
Kate. I'm not even gonna try to pronounce that last name, but I'll ask her to
Kate, can you
unmute.
unmute yourself?
Hi, Kate Skanjaleski, 3236 Manor Road. Sorry to beat a dead horse, but I too have concerns about the school district. My son, who is now in 4th grade, started kindergarten with 22 students in his class and now has 28, which is the maximum allowed. So that's obviously concern shared by myself and many of my neighbors. But additionally, if you know where my street is, the bottom of my street curves into Ridgeway Park, which is directly across the street from this building. And already all summer long, when my kids are riding their bikes in our sidewalk free neighborhood, I'm calling the police about people speeding through my neighborhood. And this additional project with the additional houses from Philmont, the additional houses from this apartment complex is just going to create so many more cars cutting through our neighborhood, trying to get between Philmont and Pine. So I just wanted to raise that concern as well. And I thank you all for listening.
Thank you so much. Anyone else?
I don't see anyone else unless,
Does anyone else on Zoom want to make a comment at this time?
Let me just explain where the next step is. The board has 45 days from tonight to vote and issue a written decision on the application. The application is a zoning application, so I think you've heard some of this at the planning commission. The application has been filed, there's been testimony in support of the application. Anyone that wants to see any of the exhibits, they will be here at the township building, but the only consideration is the zoning compliance of this application. The township can't say no more children can move into Moreland Township. You know, there's certain things they can and can't do. It's not discretionary. If the board turns down a plan that meets the zoning ordinance, then it gets appealed and there's no conditions attached to it, and you get the project anyway. So unless there's a legitimate zoning ordinance reason why this plan can be denied, it can't be denied. To be perfectly honest with you, I've had projects where it's been denied, where it was very defective, and other projects, you know, in different municipalities where the applicant does their job and submits testimony and evidence, it has to be approved. So just bear that in mind. These are not, nobody likes growth anywhere. You know, once folks move into a community, you know, it becomes an issue of, you know, how do you close the door before too many other people come in behind you? And it's a management process that every township in Montgomery County and Bucks County deals with different levels. But their decision, whatever the decision is going to be, and I think we're probably looking at the next board meeting, March 14th, that we'll have a proposed decision in front of the board. But it's on the zoning ordinance, it's not on other considerations. This is the first step. So this is the zoning. There's a lot more detail and there's a lot more information. A lot of your questions, subdivision land development questions, will be dealt with during that process. And that'll go through the planning commission again. That'll come back to this board for a preliminary plan development once it's ready to come before them. So keep coming to the meetings, keep asking questions.
I hear the public, we all hear the public, we care deeply about the children, the school district, what's happening in what they're going through. As long as I've been on this board, we have tried, and we will continue to try to work together with the school district as we have. What I'm hearing all of us are, and what I feel the public is asking us to do, say no to this plan, to what's going on with the and we will do that. And that's,
I mean, denying a plan because there's a belief that too many children will move into the development that's in front of them. That's not
just the children, other children. There are other sources of children.
That's not.
There are other sources of children that are contributing to the home. It's not just the apartment complex. Our reality is that we are over capacity.
they can't take on 10 kids. You can't take on even.
I can't understand what you're saying.
Not just this apartment complex. There are other sources of children that are being added to our district. Our reality is that we are at capacity.
I just
But-
came
but-
before, and I all by me.
But what's in front of this board, and I understand or not, and the question that I was just put on the spot about
I'm asking.
is whether or not that was a reason to deny a plan, conditional use land development plan, and the answer is no. That is not by itself a legitimate reason.
I agree. I agree. And can we rezone? Can we argue that the zoning is out of date? 2014.
The zoning's been updated in the last 10 or 12 years. I mean, we updated, the township updated it for the school district, as you should know.
When this whole thing started, I was told the objective criteria were for the health, safety, and welfare of the community. And I think if that is the objective criteria, I think there are grounds beyond.
Well, that's, I think, more of a subjective criteria. The objective criteria is it in the proper zoning district? Is it permitted use? Does it meet the minimum lot size? Does it meet the setbacks? Does it meet your stormwater ordinance? Does it meet your parking requirements? That's objective. That's black and white. Subjective is someone believes this is going to destroy the school district. Someone else may say it's going to be a burden, it's going to be a problem, and someone else may say something. That's everybody's subjective opinion. That's the subjective criteria.
Is it subjective when you look at a safety factor with foot traffic on a busy road? Is that really subjective?
Well, I'm not sure that's a really good question.
I would make it a good question. I can't guarantee it, but I mean.
I think the challenge with that is that when we get into some of the specifics of either implications of this plan directly or some of the greater regional planning that has been happening. But when it comes to the sidewalk location along Philmont Avenue, there's a PennDOT permitting process. So PennDOT will provide their feedback for what they find acceptable. And while this project has its own frontage requirements, and then the way that that connects into the greater improvement of Philmont and Tomlinson, those are things that PennDOT has. We started the planning process for the intersection. So I understand the frame that you're working on for that, but there's just objective permitting process that I think make your frame of that count.
Thank you. And I just have one last question. I thought as Board of Commissioners that as a part of this process, you're supposed to make sure we have adequate services for new developments that we have coming aboard, such as adequate fire trucks, police, fire trucks that are tall enough, schools that have capacity. As commissioners, no one's talking to our school district about this, because if you guys did, you guys would have realized we have nowhere to put 20 kids, nowhere. My child graduated a year ago with 170, 180 kids. My child's graduating next year with 210 kids. Our new high school's capacity is 1,000 kids. Where are we gonna put 5 new kids? And especially as whoever just said, if older people move into this building, then these new buildings are just gonna take on families of 4 kids. So I hear what you're saying, but it's not subjective, it's our reality. And by the way, parents are complaining right
You know, that there's no, that their kids can't do certain activities in our schools, and it's our reality today. So it's not subjective, and as a board of commissioners, my understanding is we're supposed to have proper services for any kind of developments that we do. So I'm just leaving that there because it's not subjective.
Yeah, and that's always, I mean, the services on any projects always a consideration. We don't have the ability to impose fees on developers to benefit the school district. There's been a lot of discussion. And you talk to your legislators, you know, I can tell you for 30 years, developers ought to be paying for schools, but the legislator refuses to permit townships to assess that. I mean, it's been going on since you were in grade school. I guarantee it, that discussion in the state. The planning code went into effect in 1969. And I've been around since about 1985 doing this. And I can tell you that the state, the township officials have been trying to get a fee to make sure that schools are get compensated when 1,000 townhomes get built. And the legislature will not put that into effect. I mean, Frank, you were shaking your head. You've heard that. Frank's our planner. I mean, it's PSATs, which is a state association, for trying to do it. So this board, you know, primarily when a project comes in, has to think about fire, police, roads, you know, water, sewer, stormwater, those utilities that we have some control over. You know, we can't mandate, but we can't mandate the developers, you know, provide funding for more classrooms. I mean, it's a problem in the state. Some states do it. This state refuses to consider it.
It would be nice to see better communication with our school district.
So I actually talked, to answer that, I actually talked to Mike Ferrari and several other school board members almost daily. And I have, this September, I have 3 kids in the district, and 4 years, I have all 4 of my kids there, so I know I stopped at the Valentine's Day card last night. The kids are in every one of the places, but I get it, I understand it, so I just wanted to, communicate with the school.
No, by informal communication, formal written meetings, communications, where, I mean, we can do a right to know and find out what's being, conversations are being had. I think we as residents and as taxpayers, there should be a liaison to the school board.
Right.
And someone showing up to those meetings and providing a report.
I'm on Zoom at every meeting.
Sit in every sort of, I sit on every.
Does not provide a report to the school board formally. He may attend every meeting. He has never provided a report since I've been on, since I've been watching.
I talked to Camille Baker, our manager.
We need formal communication.
Is in contact
Two-way street.
with his superintendent.
Formally, when we open, in the public, every member can have the discussion, not one-on-one side conversation.
So let me just, we have to close this.
Yeah, because it's.
Because we have there's a whole other agenda of business to do. You know, maybe before.
What I wanted.
Maybe before tomorrow.
What I wanted the public to know is, I knew the answer to the question, but I wanted all of you to know is, we hear you. And we really care about the kids, and we care about the school district. I still serve on 2 committees, and we all really care about the kids and what's going on.
You guys made the wrong decision last December.
And the school
And
district.
that's your opinion.
My opinion.
Okay.
And we're trying to work within the parameters of the law.
Can I ask one final question? Is there a possibility, Chris, you would probably be the best person to ask, that PennDOT does not go through with the roundabout project?
So I guess I don't want to sit here and say like definitively that there is one way or the other possibility. So in the program that funded that, so I guess some of this is frustrated a little bit because the funding that came through for that was advocated for by a member of our board of commissioners who served on the county plan. So we had a whole version of this when we were working because of this feedback from the residents back in 2012. And what Mr. Costello referred to is that there was a different developer who proposed the plans at that time. The board of commissioners reacted to that in 2012 by understanding there's uses that are permitted by zoning. one day, something may come through that is permitted, or looks like the right project, and it might proceed. So the board at the time was proactive in designing the intersection improvement concept all the way back in 2012. We started to leverage that design concept to work with, as when we talked about what might the public see as a benefit to these projects. The thing that we were trying to do back in the 2015 era was leverage some amount of private development. We were trying to also accomplish this intersection. So at the time, the township got a $420,000 grant from DCED for a $600,000 design concept for the intersection. At that same time, DET also got a $1 million grant to collaborate with SEPTA to build that garage and start to establish that funding relationship between multiple public and private entities to make that improvement. We're all into that process pretty significantly. And then at a certain point, we find out that actually great news, but when I learned it, and originally it was frustrating that after several years of asking for somebody to help us fix this intersection, all of a sudden all of the funding came through. But at that point, the thing that happens is that we had a process that we were in control of. We were going to leverage private developer money, grants that our state senator and state rep had advocated for on our behalf, and instead getting this gift that provides all of the money, all of the engineering, all of the construction dollars to make this happen, we lost control. So objectively, it's going to happen because the way that these is federal highway dollars that get allocated to the states, and then they prioritize. It comes from the Delaware Valley Regional Planning Commission. It comes from the Montgomery County Planning Commission. And once that project gets authorized, then at some point over a 12-year period, they design and permit and do all of these projects. We stayed involved to try to help move it along. So Chad, who's sitting right there, he's from McMahon Associates. He's one of our traffic engineers. His colleagues have been working on this design. We finished out that $600,000 design plus some additional money to get it up to the standard that the state requires. However, then it gets to the point where it transfers over to being a PennDOT project. Thankfully, McMahon was able to stay as the design engineer to be able to keep moving that thing along with the kind of institutional historical knowledge of doing that whole design. So all of that said, there's always a chance that PennDOT somehow changes their priorities, but in the way that that bill gets authorized every couple of years with the design money and like all of the construction money, we are confident that that is a project that is going to happen in the next few years.
In the next few years.
Yeah, because it would be irresponsible if we could sit up here and say that it is definitively going to start at a certain point. But based off of where we know with the lack of acquisition that is necessary because of the way it's designed and the land that's being dedicated to Philmont Country Club, they're getting into the final design phase and all of the things that we already know about it because we've been working on it for a decade. We're confident that it would have to take some really unforeseen thing to happen to kick it off of the schedule that we have put forward for the athlete.
Some state, who knows, state budget calamity, some may, I mean.
Yeah.
You suddenly have to send $100 million to a different spot.
There's staff that says, 1 out of 10 PennDOT programs never get built.
1% chance it won't happen.
Right. So, and if it gets, the timing needs to be considered.
So when it became that state funded project,
Yeah.
we lost the ability for it to be about timing. Because their obligation is to go get a highway occupancy permit for the improvements, for the pedestrian improvements that are all related to the project. And PennDOT, when they look at this, they're not going to have them do something that is a waste of money on either side. They're going to consider, well, here's what we know is going to be built. So if their project goes first, there's going to be some scale of interim improvement. I think that they're obligated to do on Tomlinson Road, the widening that they're obligated to do to provide for the deceleration and turn lanes on Philmont Avenue. Those things will all be obligations, but all of that will be done keeping in mind the eventual improvement that is happening at PennDOT is driving. And because we brought up this topic and because I know that it's going to be something that people are going to ask about as to whether or not it is appropriate, when we get into the land development phase, the request for the subdivision ordinance waiver about that right of way all ties into the PennDOT project. So we get waiver requests is very common as part of these big land development projects. This one is truly unique in the same way that the Philmont Country Club, the 176 acres, the townhouses is unique. And then all of the improvements that they otherwise would have been required to do are funded through this project. So as a staff, when we look at that, it wouldn't make sense to accept right of way that is well beyond the scope of something that is already planned out from the 2040, 2050, 2060 perspective. In other scenarios, it's absolutely a fair point. We take the full ultimate right of way in most projects where there's some improvement that is done that PennDOT will build and ultimately be obligated to. And then the township obligates the developer to hold it, and we'll have an easement so that if one day we need to expand it available. But all of this is a decades-long coordinated process on trying to identify what that intersection is. So from a staff perspective, obviously it's a board decision and it's not something that's being discussed. But just because that's been talked about several times, there's more thought, kind of more like the professional side that goes into that as to why that might be something that does not make sense to do in this instance, because it is a very critical.
If you broke ground today, if you get your permit, what's the duration of the project? 2 year.
3 years and then a year, at least a year. 3 years.
3-year process.
So, yeah, we're still a year. So we will not be still. So we're gonna start the regular meeting now.
We have 27.
Public comment, or we can talk about
Pertaining to traffic. The elephant in the room is the brand new UPS facility with 900 cars parking lot. And whatever truck traffic they're gonna get. Where does that fit into the calculation of past
The
fail?
very general thing is, and then right now, there's still more hearings in Philadelphia, that is not a project that seems to be imminent. However, when the state funding gets applied to these intersection improvement projects, planning out regional growth is a part of them. So the roundabout design, objectively, there's still going to be traffic. That thing goes in, there's still going to be traffic. It just won't operate at a level of service F like it does today. There's still going to be traffic, but that regional growth of things in Philadelphia, things in Bucks County, that all of the pass-through traffic through Lower Moreland has to be considered for PennDOT to actually sign off on.
Okay. Has the township calculated, considered, or thought about the UPS facility coming along? It's happening. They're not pulling back on it. What are you thinking? I mean, what are you expecting to get out? You're gonna have some saturation. You have to be realistic about that.
So a very final thing to say about that, we did meet with them earlier in the process, but now that it has that court proceeding, we're out of it for now.
Yeah, there were some conditions that the township was involved with that project, but they're in court. So we're gonna close this comment on the conditional use and then Vice President Eric is going to pick up our agenda.
Thank you all. Thank you so much. Next, we have
Right, have a safe drive.
Yeah.
Good idea.
Next item on my agenda is consider pay for urban request, Elm Street, Philmont Country Club, 1704. Manager Hoffman, can you give us 3 minutes on this request? Regarding the placement of the location of these trailers.
The township has.
Right now, you gotta start taking notes. The public hearing is closed. The siren's
All right, a very quick summary. The township has a permit program for construction storage trailers. It does not make sense for a project that is the scale of the earth moving that Elm Street and their contractor are going to have to do at Philmont. So the request is to have, I guess, for the board to authorize staff to establish a permanent fee, and have them submit a plan to us for location of where it might be located, to diminish overall bigger impacts, but not have essentially Bob Chaddick's office have to deal with a totally unnecessary owner of the permanent building.
Okay, can staff just make sure that they're in a place that isn't
Yes,
so very
yes,
visible
that is
to
what I'm
residents?
recommending.
Great. Are there any questions from the board? Any questions from the public? Wonderful. I'll make a motion to approve Brubacher's request to waive the full ordinance requirements for permit fees, timing, and number of construction trailers subject to the township manager, code enforcement officer, and township solicitor review, and authorizing the staff to set an appropriate fee, establishing permit timing within the project scope, and set an acceptable location for the construction trailers.
Second.
The motion was moved and seconded to approve Brubacher's request as described. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Opposed? No opposed. Motion is passed. Thank you. Next is review and consider the escrow release from Westrum, 2507 Philmont Avenue. It's number 1903. We have a memo from Township Engineer Tim Woodrow Associates, stating based on the continued progress work at the Westrum site, Tim, it is recommending escrow release number 7 in the amount of $35,448. And Tim, you state this release, I think in your on the sheet, is for concrete pavement work and split rail fencing. They look like they're coming along there.
Indeed.
And there's nothing else. Are there any questions from the board? The public? Is there anything, nothing else? Report, Tim, is there anything else to report before I go to Chuck? Nope. Okay, Chuck?
Thank you.
Mr. McDade, could you please state your name and address for the record, even though we, whenever you are?
J 2472 Dale Road.
Okay.
I'm going to ask the board to not release this escrow money. And there's several reasons why. You mentioned in an email from John Herzog, who is the chief executive officer over there, that accused the residents of Dale Road that he received phone calls from the board that we tortured the board, township staff, and members of the Western development. Never had any contact with members of the Western development unless here at an official capacity, that we tortured the board and the township staff. And he said that he got it directly from the mouths of commissioners and township staff, that we tortured. We followed every rule. We came to this board meeting, we asked questions, and we got sometimes we got the right answer, sometimes we got the wrong answer. We had the noise ordinance amended. Okay. Dr. Sirkin set a meeting up with Mr. Herzog because we still had concerns about the noise and the light illumination shining in our backyards and in our homes. Okay. We went there with an open mind. We did our study on how to actually make a noise barrier out of trees. And we picked the cheapest trees. We didn't pick the most expensive trees. We tried to keep it to a minimum. Mr. Herzog didn't want to hear one bit of that. We asked him to put a line of trees in a staggering way from property line to property line behind the property. So the people of Dale Road can have some privacy from the noise and from the light illumination. He denied that request. He said he's not putting no trees behind his building because they're his rental units and the people would love to see the train go by every day. And when I explained this to Dr. Sirkin, and I think he had the same answer as me, that was a bunch of alarm. He said other words than that, and then we'll repeat them. Okay, because he can do that. There's plenty of space behind this building, behind the fence that he erected. And then Tim finally said we had enough, and we agreed to put 26 more trees, but not behind the building, on either end of his project here, okay? So that would be where the opening is to the parking facilities. So to try to, I guess, if he did it right, would be a noise barrier, okay? But we're still getting the reflection of the train off of the building, which bounces back into our neighborhood louder now. Louder, okay? And we're still getting the noise and the light illumination from this project as a whole. The other night I was out right after, you know, our Eagles lost, and it was raining, and it sounded like an air compressor was running. But what it was the traffic on Philmont Avenue with the wet roads. That's what we heard. And because they created this building in this fashion where both ends of the building are open and noise just travels up to that our area where we live now. So,
John, you have 20 seconds.
okay, well, I'm asking the board if they can, in the code of ethics with the board, it says the public interest should be advanced to the maximum of all matters to come before the commissioners in his or her official capacity. Well, if we're being talked about by board members and by township staff and Mr. Herzog, then nobody's listening to us. Nobody. And laws we're asking for is trees to be set up properly so we can have that barrier of the noise.
Issue the motion is to approve an escrow release,
Right,
and you want them to deny it based on what you just said,
that's correct.
which is not a really legitimate reason to deny an escrow release.
I know,
Is the work done? Is the work not done? That's the issue, that's it.
right, but what we agreed on that day after that meeting,
I think the board heard the rest of the public comment, but just so it's clear, Tim has to certify the work's done.
I told
This
this
amount of work, and the board has to approve it.
right.
Otherwise, if it's not done properly, it gets automatically. So, public comment, your 3 minutes is up, John.
So, but what I asked was to send a message to Westrum that if you do deny this as well, maybe they will start paying attention.
That's, you know,
Because money talks, John, you know that.
yeah, but we're gonna follow the law. We're gonna follow what the requirements are in the MPC.
Then Westrum should follow the law too.
Okay. So that's the motion that's in front.
Any other questions from the public?
No questions from the board and the public. I'll make a motion to release escrow number 7, number 7, in the amount of $35,448. And motion to do the second release escrow number 7 in the amount of $35,448. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it, the motion passed. I'm sorry that that happens. We stated on nothing about it.
City with an email?
Yes.
Board gentlemen?
Sure.
Next item on my agenda is liaison report. My liaison position of the planning commission and community events, Lower Moreland DEI, planning commission for the public's information, planning commission held a meeting on January 26th to review the DET preliminary plans for the 219 unit multi-resident for commercial space, and we will not have a planning commission meeting in February. The next planning commission is scheduled for Thursday, March 23rd at 7 p.m. Community events, I'm going to go really quick. The Martin Luther King Day of Service was held on Monday, January 16th, and everything was wonderful. We had 2 groups, approximately 30 kids. There was a paint project at the Lakeside Library and a wood chipping project down at Valley Center Park. And everyone did a fantastic job. Just special thanks to Public Works Director Steve Werner, Ken Dole, Marion Roddy, and Mr. Miles. The kids did a fantastic job. And regarding community events, we have some amazing events in April. They will all be on Facebook and our website. One being the Egg Hunt, another one being an Earth Day event, which we're getting our team together next week, and another one, another workshop in March, an environmental workshop that our assistant Leah has already started advertising on Facebook. It's a workshop called Growing Greener. It's going to be March 15th at 6:30 p.m. It will be in person at the Moreland Township building. Please sign up in order for it to stay an in-person event. The presenter would like 20 people in attendance. If not, she'll move it to Zoom. So please check our social media pages. Regarding the DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion, I attended the January 30th meeting in person at Murray Avenue School. The next meeting is February 27th, and it will be held virtually. And I can honestly say I'm really enjoying that committee. And I'm on culture, climate, and safety. Next, that concludes my agenda items for this evening. Next, I'm going to recognize the building official report. Thank you so much, Ruth. I skipped that. Is the building officials report. I'm just going to thank Bob. We just had 54 total number of permits for January and 38 complete violation notices. And I'm going to accept. Does anybody have any questions for Bob Shattuck? If anybody, no, I'm going to accept all Bob's reports as submitted and thank him. And that's it. The next, I'm going to recognize Dr. David SIRKEN, who's chair of Internal Affairs Committee, and I'm going to take all his agenda items for this evening. So his first item is review and consider the minutes of January 10th, 2023. Do any of the commissioners have any additions or corrections?
No, motion to approve.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion is moved in second. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. The ayes have it, the motion passed. Next item on Dr. Sarkin's agenda, review and consider February 2023 bill list, which is the board. A second? Anyone second?
Any other discussion or questions?
Any questions? The board. Questions, public. Second? Is there a second? Okay, motion was moved.
Oh, there's a question on Zoom.
Okay, question on Zoom. We'll take a question.
Oh, shoot. Kate?
Hi, sorry, it's Kate Skandaleski again, and I'm sorry if I missed it. During the planning committee meeting, there were several recommendations that the leader of the committee had made note of. And I noticed you mentioned it, like that you said that the January 26th, I think it was, planning committee met about the BET investments. Were they shared? Were the recommendations of that committee shared with the board separately, or is that something that you guys would be sharing tonight? And I'm sorry if I'm just unfamiliar with the process.
So that's not one that'll be done tonight. So there was a summary memo that was written, and then when the board goes to review the land development plan at an upcoming meeting, that will be part of the package that goes with that.
Okay, excellent. I just wanted to make sure that they weren't lost. Okay, thank you so much.
Sorry, I zipped through that too. Thank you very much. Have a good night.
You too.
Okay, back to the February bill list. The motion is moved and second to approve the February 2023 bill list. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? No opposed. The motion passed. Next, review and consider library auxiliary parking lot MOU with Lower Moreland Township School District.
So I will not dare go through the entire history
No,
of this.
real quick.
But in the spirit of formal communication between the school district and the township, I received a request from Mark McGuinn that the high school would like to begin using all 30 spots in the auxiliary parking. I checked with HVAA and they're good in the way that we protect their use after 3 o'clock. I checked with Pam at the library. They no longer have the friends group do Shinasta or Mahjong at the community room, so they do not have overflow parking needs. So since they were comfortable, I am comfortable just stopping this conversation and recommending them to authorize access to the library property to get into this auxiliary lot so that the high school can issue student parking permits for all 30 spots.
Okay. Any questions from the board?
Nope, but
Any-
that was
Perfect. Any questions from the public? Any questions on Zoom?
No.
No.
Motion to approve.
Okay, well, you put in.
Oh, we did it right.
Motion to approve the revised MOU with the Lower Moreland Township School District regarding library or auxiliary lot.
Second.
The motion is moved and seconded to approve the revised MOU with the Lower Moreland Township School District regarding the auxiliary lot. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay. Next is review and consider the HR mediator appointment. So this is really quick. The Board of Commissioners conducted 2 interviews, January 25th, for the HR mediator position created by the non-discrimination ordinance. The 2 candidates interviewed were Dr. Eric Hyatt and Amy Torchman. Per the ordinance, the appointed mediator will serve a 1-year term. Manager Hoffman is recommending to set an appointment for the day of January meeting each year so that it may be considered on a calendar year basis. A resolution is on a tablet for a term running from February 15th, 2023 and ending January 9th, 2024. Whomever is chosen, solicitor Rice will then prepare a letter outlining the HR mediator's responsibilities as established in the ordinance for them to sign on prior to the beginning of the role. So this is in front of us. Would anyone like to make a motion for either of these candidates? Any questions?
Well, there's
Questions from the board? Questions from the public?
No one on Zoom.
Questions for anybody on Zoom? Wait, John?
is a discussion on this or?
Yeah.
Yes.
I'll make a motion to appoint Mindy.
Second.
I think Mindy's very lovely and but significantly less about than our. I understand that some of you feel that businesses might be uncomfortable working with Erica. I think, considering that policies and procedures need to be set up around this, Erica is the only choice who has experience in this kind of thing. She has no qualms about setting up what needs to be set up for a brand new institution. And I don't think that that's my discussion.
There's been a motion and a second, so board discussion and then any public comment.
So we have a motion on the floor. Just to throw it out there, maybe let's serve on the.
You think
You
that
think-
you think that
I'm sure Billy would have to.
you're just
Throw it out there.
That's one, but it's not the same as intermediate or anything else. My opinion, like you said. We can vote, and I know she's gonna be voted down, but I have to say that.
Okay, motion on the floor. Do we take a roll?
No, but you gotta take public comment.
Okay,
And
public comment,
on the motion.
Zoom.
Nope.
Okay.
So start with the general vote, and then if you feel like it would be helpful to do a roll call.
Okay. So, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Dr. Cirque.
Okay, make a motion to approve resolution 2305, appointing Mindy Torchman as the HR mediator for a term beginning February 15, 2023, and ending January 9, 2024. Motion is moved and seconded to approve Mindy, resolution 2023, appointing Mindy Schwarzman as the HR mediator for a one-year term beginning February 15, 2023, and ending January 9, 2024. Next is administration report, manager Cobb.
Nope, I was not there.
Okay. Assistant manager report, EJ Lee.
No, I have nothing to report.
Okay. Next is our tax collector report. I don't know if Jane Sale is even still on the line.
She is. She is. Jane is here. I hope she's still here.
I'm
still awake.
Wow. Jane, do you have anything for us?
So I'm telling you that the township, the budget for the tax office is $5,996,105. The trash amount to collect is $1,442,700. And the liens were $69,178 from 2022, with a penalty of 10% of $6,930 for a total of $76,108. And trash, the list that I sent to EJ was for $8,750, but after her letters, I know she's collected a decent amount of money, so I'm not exactly sure what that total is. But they're the numbers for the start of the year.
Thank you so much.
And payments started to come in today, so I will be sending EJ and Chris money.
Does the public have any questions for our tax collector, Jane Sale? If not, I will accept the tax collector's reports as submitted. Thank you so much, Jane. Good
You're
night.
welcome. Good night.
And happy Valentine's. Next is Commissioner Dr. SIRKEN liaison report. Dr. SIRKEN liaison positions are the Lower Moreland School District and the Civil Service Commission. Dr. SIRKEN attends the school board monthly meetings on Zoom and the Civil Service Commission. There is nothing to report. This concludes Dr. SIRKEN's agenda items for this evening. The chair recognizes Commissioner Joe Pace, Chair of Public Works Committee. Commissioner Pace.
This base bid over for the 2023 roads resurfacing recommendation this week.
So I guess we'll have the memo, these are the roads and recommended, we would like we normally do a base bid, and then I put your alternates in there. Let me get some good prices. We can do all this stuff. For now, I could also don't want to participate with us, and they've done last. And then the other part of the road servicing I'd like to do is we were trying to mention road sealing. It's I don't know if anyone here knows, it's kind of like a chip and seal, or an old time thing, but it's come a long way, and I think it'll help extend some of our roads that are in decent shape. It's not for every road, but every road with that contract is another one of them. And I roads I wanted to be fine, I'll say that would go. It's no good. So like I picked out a couple road, but I think it's a good idea to try. And hopefully this will extend the one from all the road. So I just need a motion so I can put those to be big there. Yeah. Today.
I'll make it authorize bid in the 2023 resurfacing project as described.
Motion moved and second to authorize bidding the 2023 resurfacing project as described. All those in favor? Aye. Please vote by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it.
I'll put a little QR code there, actually.
I thought it.
They call it HDO, but it's by food.
No, it's awesome.
Techie.
Ben, I'll hand this over to EJ for a quick update on.
Yeah, I think I touched on it last month, but we are trying to apply for a grant through the Monco 2040 program for sidewalks that need filling in between Heaton Road and Walsh on Byberry. Our township engineer did get us a cost estimate at about $563,424,000 for this project, which includes construction and design. We are applying, we're hoping to apply for $200,000 of that through the Monco 2040. And then the rest would have to be a match. But the township is also planning to apply for a second grant in a few months through the state MTF grant. Yes, that. And if that is successful, we'll be in a good financial spot to be able to fund the entire program. But for right now, the request is for a resolution for the grant to apply for $200,000 of that 563 for 25 today.
Thanks. Any questions from the public? Or the board?
I make a motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, motion is moved and second to approve the resolution 2306, authorizing the submission of a grant application to the Monco 2040 for $200,000, permitting the township to match requirements should the township be awarded funding for this project. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No opposed, the ayes have it. Commissioner Pace, there's just, if you move up a little bit further, you have a second,
Page 125.
yeah, you have a second road sealing recommendations under the second.
Since Steve talked about that, we included that.
You
as
included
one.
it, one, good, perfect.
Thanks for,
No, you're perfect. There you go, you're perfect. You're good. Oh, you're perfect.
I don't know, review and consider authorization of bid drag box paver. The 2023 capital budget includes $40,000 authorization for a drag box paver for public works. There are no Coast Guard vendors for this equipment, so a simple bid will be necessary. We are requesting a board's authorization to advertise a bid for this equipment, so we may bring bid results back assuming March 14th. Any questions from the public? Board? So I'll make a motion to authorize advertising a bid for the drag box paver as approved with the 2023 capital budget.
Motion is moved and second to authorize advertising a bid for the drag box paver as approved in the 2023 capital budget. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Opposed, the ayes have it, the motion carries.
Item 2, review and consider certificate of appropriateness. The 23-01 application of Rob Charitability, 1126 Rack Road, Jamestown, PA 19046. Received permission to replace the former Gary's Girls freestanding sign with 1 measure and 32 by 48. The new sign will be wooden with a white background, a gold and black logo advertising new business being a wine shop. The board recommends the issuance of certificate of appropriateness with recommendation of the sign background being off-white color and repainting and repair of the post and spindles also with off-white color. Any questions from the public? From the board? So that's it.
We do need the board to make a motion to grant the certificate of appropriateness.
So I'll make a motion to grant the certificate of appropriateness for 23-01.
Motion is moved and second to approve the certificate of appropriateness for number 2301. For Rob Charitability with recommendations by the hard board for Sun Wine Winery. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Are they open now?
No opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Maybe it'll.
No, like right now. Can we go there after this?
Yeah.
And do they deliver?
Yeah.
Their stock now.
Yeah.
All right, Q&S, I'm gonna lump together the hard, which is also within my liaison position. So their hard equipment, be advised that the terms of hard members Richard Schramm and Calvin Anderson expire April 18, 2023. Mr. Schramm serves as one of the historic district residents and listed candidates is an at-large. Staff will review each position and inquire whether those community volunteers are willing to continue serving in this capacity. We'll go back to item R, Public Works. Do you have anything else to add?
No, you guys, any questions?
Any questions from the public for Steve?
Can we put, that there's compost on Facebook? Available for pickup?
Sure.
How much salt did it carry? That's all I have. Thank
Thank you very much. The chair recognizes Commissioner Christopher Oger, Chair of the Ordinance Committee.
Thank you. Item T, review fireworks ordinance. We passed along 2021, then the state changed their law, so we have to change our ordinance. The ordinance is attached, correct the applicable changes. Awesome. Any questions from the board? Public. Motion to authorize advertising fireworks ordinance as described.
Second.
A motion was moved and seconded to authorize the fireworks ordinance as described. So those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None. The ayes have it, motion passed.
All right, item U, there is no hearings as for the zoning hearing board, no hearing scheduled for February 2023. Application number 22-19 regarding the special exception to allow an assisted living facility for the elderly at 106 Byron Road is likely to be on the March agenda. There were two decisions made at the meeting. Application number 22-18, the application of William Schwemline, 1055 Hillview Turn, sought a variance to allow an increase of the permitted 25% of the coverage to 36% for construction in the pool. The application was denied. And application number 23-01, the application of Randy Whiteman, a softball teammate, of 537 Rutherford Road. We saw a variance to an increase of the permitted 25% lot coverage to 29.9% for the construction of in-ground pool. The application was granted. Women after softball, baby. All right, item B, liaison report. The Pennsylvania Water Restoration Trust joined.
You win tonight. No, I didn't guess that was good. Next chair recognizes, Commissioner Joseph Nally, Chair of Public Safety Committee, Jojo.
All right, so first off is one of the more important trends that might go request. Chris, you want to approve something for us?
Sure. With the completion of the dugout project at Moreland Park, HBA would like to put up green screens around the dugout that would feature the HBA logo. Since that is done in a township park, I figured it was a good idea to bring that to the board's attention for you to authorize. We don't know what it's. Also, as part of that, they would like to put a plaque behind home plate at each of the renovated fields, acknowledging the contractor who did that work at a substantially reduced rate. That's another one that we view as a reasonable request. While we were having that conversation, it also came up that they are going to replace the banner sign that hangs in the Red Lion Gym, just because the one that's been there has been there for a long time. Wanted you to be aware and be okay. I guess give your authorization for that. It will feature their new logo and acknowledge that this is their second year now.
Any questions from the board? Anything from the public? I'm making a motion to approve this request. Second.
Motion moved and seconded to approve HA's request regarding the baseball, softball windscreen, recognition flags, and red line gym sign. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? No opposed. The ayes have it. The motion passed.
All right, next up on my agenda for the evening is the Huntington Valley Library lease agreement. Huntington Valley Library started a 3-year lease agreement with the township on May 9, 2019, which contained an additional 1-year renewal term. The agreement is now set to expire on May 8, 2023. The township is recommending the library continue with this lease with the existing terms, giving the township progress on facilities review. Same 3-year term will be appropriate. Yeah.
What's that for?
It's for the library. As we have facilities done, we'll have a better understanding of what needs to be done in the library facilities. So, Chris, anything on this?
No, I just wanted the board to be aware, so that when we bring just the same lease terms back, as the recommended thing to do for the next 3-year period, that there's a chance to raise any questions. But between Pam and I, we think that proceeding under the kind of existing agreement terms is absolutely fine.
Seems good. Chief Sarab. Don't throw away back there. All right, I'll be quick. I'll read it. Make it quick. John,
30 seconds.
Activity data is on page, Crime Watch and Facebook. So if anyone has any questions, ask later. We have 2 community policing items. One was we hosted a chaplain training program attended by 6 organizations in our region, and we'll have more on that program in the future. The thing I wanted to bring up was we're running 2 women's self-defense classes in the month of February. GTID on February 19th is full with 44 women signed up. 4 of them are on a wait list. We do have a few openings. We have 25 women signed up at the Burnapton Field House on the 23rd. So if anyone else wants to attend, sign up.
Well done. This is how we're gonna work to death.
First time I ever said good morning on a board meeting, it's pretty good. Now, real quick, daytime crew at the fire department has been outstanding. This past month, we've done numerous inspections, testing, pre-plans down at the new building down at Crescent Field. I can't thank them enough for the additional help they've given me, and the place is really, it's looking good. This we got a new public safety director, deputy director of the fire academy, there's John Weed, retired deputy chief of government and police, and also Odon's Dickinstown Fire. I think he's going to bring a lot to the fire academy. We look forward to that. And just that, I attended a class, National Fire Academy class for Youth Fire Center. I've been working with, we're going to have hopefully a committee of 30 people to Montgomery County and the Montgomery County Health Department. And also I'm going to look into our youth service director. So we're going to try to get a little more push for that and help out the kids that are having engaged with our fire. We're good.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Any questions? Takes me on my liaison reports. First one is HVAC. Basketball season's wrapping up. Kids are having a great time. Everything's going well. We've got a quote with HVAC. Second liaison position is Huntington Valley Library. I turned 40 this month there. We have a couple cool things going on this month. Thursday night, February 16th at 7 p.m. The library will be hosting a Pay What You Can fundraiser in the community room. The event is a ritual and condition of Pride and Prejudice, written and read by local actors. Refreshments will be for sale. Saturday, February 18th, there will be a family story time in the children's area at 10:30 a.m. The library will be closed on President's Day. Check out their website, a bunch of other good stuff going on, and that is all I have. Back to you.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Pinelli. Next chair recognizes Wood Townsend, Chair of the Public Property Committee.
The sewer department update meeting happened on February 6th. They have decided to advertise a bid to upgrade Longview, Hollowell, and Woodland pump stations. This project will be funded by the township's ARPA funds. So, which are, you know, if you read your package, it's included, right? The understanding included. Does anybody have any questions? Okay, I make a motion to authorize advertising bids for the pump station upgrade project as described.
Second.
Motion was moved in second to authorize advertising bids for the pump station upgrade project as described. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. And opposed, I don't think there's any opposed. The ayes have it, the motion passed.
Yeah, I don't have any rules on this.
Okay. Concludes our agenda items for this evening. Public participation and non-agenda items will now be taken. If there's any more public participation. Anyone in the room? Anyone on Zoom?
No one on Zoom, but Mr.
Okay, Mr. DeJour. Yes, I didn't, yes.
We're done. But this is directly to Tim. I want to ask you publicly to get this logged in with the Westrum outfit. It's not going well. How are our trees doing? Does the rest of, does Chris know that? Yes, okay, so we got.
Yeah, so just to get a little background, Mark, so I did speak to John Herzog today. He told me, and he told his landscaper to put them in behind the fence. He doesn't know where his landscaper is, he's busy, so I got his landscaper's cell phone number. Texted him twice today, hoping to have an answer for the next meeting. Nothing back, but I will continue to follow up with Watson landscaping to be sure that they get placed in the right location.
Yeah, it really should be a hands-on with Westrum here, with this. It borders on being disrespectful at this point. And he alluded to that, he would do the extra 26.
Yep.
Nothing happened. And I understand he told you, or somebody told you 9 o'clock next day there'd be a.
So the Watson crew, there was a bit of a language issue with Milani and the crew, but they said they would get back 9 o'clock, to take the Thursday, Chuck, when they were gonna go back and.
Yeah, well, they planted the 26 trees in front of the fence. Because they didn't understand where to go. There was a language barrier, there were all Mexicans working on the site, and none of them could speak English. So they thought the 26 trees should be put in front of the fence, but they should have been put down at each end of the building property lines, and they weren't. So they still owe us 26 trees on either end of that property.
Correct.
And are any more going to be planted on the backside of the fence?
Yeah, so they're supposed to be transplanted, if not new ones placed, Mark, on the backside of the fence.
Is there any contract, or anything in writing that you can put to these, this outfit?
No, but we still hold some $400,000 in escrow. A lot of that is in that landscape line item. So I think I'll have a much more difficult time suggesting the list of landscape dollars until those.
All right, so with that line item, how far away is that in terms of the timeline? We could expect to hold that over their head, but not getting the work done. How far out are you looking?
Well, really, they trigger that, but they would essentially would be, we have the money. It will, the bank holds the money and it's at our discretion to release. So I think that it would be, if for some reason they requested a release for something they had not done, we will not recommend further.
Okay, yeah, I mean, that's a no-brainer for that.
I would agree.
I think a little hands-on from someone here, maybe.
Yeah, and it's me, Mark. I've been in touch with Herzog, and now that I've got the landscape owners cell number.
Okay. Good, thank you.
Sure.
Chris, you did get the film sent to you by Dr. SIRKEN? That we have with them working over there at 11 o'clock at night, 4 o'clock in the morning?
No, I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay. Dr. SIRKEN told me that he passed the information along to you.
I'll have to talk to Dr. SIRKEN. I do not have it.
Okay.
Anyone else on Zoom? Does anyone like to address the board on Zoom? EJ?
There is no one on Zoom who would like to speak.
There's a few people. Would anybody like to address? the
No,
board?
no one's hand is raised.
Okay, good evening, happy Valentine's Day.
Second.
Good night, Dr.
Good night, Dr. SIRKEN.
Dr. Sirkin.